But holy shit, the madness and the fucking badassery continues here on Metal-O-Mania as I'm joined by literally some of my favorite people in the world. What's up, gang? Fuck yeah, man. When we bring out the specials, we bring out the special people for it. And to kick things off, man, just for people who don't know, and if you've been watching our show, you do already know, so we're kicking around the can again. But introduce yourselves, gentlemen.
All right. My name is Brian Worth, and I am the singer of Acts of Swine, formerly guitar player of Genus, and also got a new project I'm starting up called Me, Myself, and I Bleed, which I'm calling Avant Grind right now. So
clever.
That's pretty much me.
Okay.
I'm a big oink oink.
Well, and don't overlook the fact that you're also a regular here on Metal-O-Mania and our sadistically speaking segment.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And you, Mr. Johnny, sir.
Oh, me? Yeah. I'm Jammin John from Thralls-O-Metal. Nothing nearly as cool as the first gentleman to introduce himself. But
I completely disagree.
So.
I completely disagree, man. Thralls-O-Metal is my favorite thing to do on the internet, sir.
Just kidding. It's my favorite thing. It's the best thing in the world, Thralls-O-Metal. You know.
Yeah. Hey,
you don't know.
It's this close to me jerking off to it, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah. Oh, that's gross.
That's another video.
And one of my favorite people ever. What's up, Blake?
How's it going? This is Blake. I'm in a band called Pig Destroyer. I have a little project called Hate Beak, and I'm in another band called Zealot R.I.P. I guess I'll wedge my plug in. Pig Destroyer is a live record coming out, and I'm very interested in hearing the new subgenre of avant grind.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I am too, Brian. I am too.
Yeah.
Hate Beak collaboration with Avant Grind.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Avant Beak.
Beak it. And my main man, Nick. What's up, brother?
What's going on, man? Necrotic Nick from Thralls-O-Metal. Maybe slightly more interesting than Jammin John. I don't know. Debatable. But yeah, we're just metal reviewing nerds on the internet, and we have a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah. And another regular on the show. You guys have all become regular, staff. I'm not paying any of you. Just so, let's get that off.
I'm cutting the worth of fucking
We're all gonna burn one together.
We need to renegotiate here.
No unions. No unions. Okay. It's become almost tradition now for us to do our countdown lists. We've had Blake has come on and we've done our forever songs. We've done our horror movie list for Halloween. The Thralls guys, we've done everything with you guys from sci-fi movies to fucking 80s comedies to shit.
I'm still upset I missed that.
That was a good one.
Fucking bummer.
Brian, you and me tend to count down fucked up shit together. What's up, man?
Yeah, like the monsters behind the music.
Right, serial killers and shit like that. So
yeah.
Oh man, I gotta flash my Zodiac Killer tattoo.
Oh
shit.
So nice.
Have you figured out that? Have you figured it out? Do you have the cipher? Do you have the key?
No, man. This actually does say something, but it's I had to get a procedure done the other day, and the guy was like, "What is?" My surgeon was like, "What does that mean?" I'm like, let's get this, smooth this right along, man.
Yeah,
definitely not for like normal people consumption,
Right. Hey, man. Well,
you have to order the decoder ring.
That's why the five of us are brothers, man. It's because none of us are for general public consumption, probably. So,
true.
You know what I mean? Fuck it. Well, and we're going to celebrate some people, I would say, that have made a career, if you will, over doing exactly that, is pissing off the public. We're going to count down our favorite stand-up comedians tonight together. We're calling it the Metal-O-Thralls-O-Piggies, top 30 stand-up comedians of all time.
Let's get started.
I still don't get it. What's it? What do you mean?
I will break it
Can
down.
I change one to Nick? I like Nick. Seems like he's a funny dude.
Hey.
You cross one off.
Give him time.
Give it time. I'll disappoint you. I promise.
Oh, okay.
He sets the bar really low. I know it doesn't look like it, but let me.
Oh, dude, it's gonna get lowered. Trust me.
That's what she said. But no, I will tell you guys what we did. Everybody here submitted a list of 10 comedians, just to give the preface for everybody out there. And strangely enough, that 50 total ended up being exactly 30 comedians. So in order to make it, each one of you declined to put your comedians in order, and I get it. I didn't want to do it either. So We had listeners and everybody else help us with our order. We fed it into a computer, and this is the top 30s. But for starters, I'd like to get you guys' thoughts on a couple of comedians that did not make our list. And obviously, with only 30, there's, not everybody can make the list. But, man, I'm going to throw a few names at you and get a couple quick thoughts, if I may. Starting with, honestly, the first guy I ever saw do stand-up in my entire life. But he didn't make our list because, again, it's a tough list to make. But Red Fox, man. Red Fox not on the list.
It's the truth. They found a black brother in the bottom of a river in Mississippi, had 500 pounds of chains wrapped around his black carcass. The sheriff viewed the remains and spoke on TV. He said, just like one of them niggers, steal more chains than he could carry.
He was like 11 or 12 for me. Not in order, but yeah, Red Fox was up there.
I mostly just knew him from Sanford and Son, and he had a hilarious role in Harlem Nights, which is an underrated movie.
He was messing around with a Creole girl and played her dirty, and she put voodoo on him. His dick shrunk up the size of a cocktail weenie.
Most definitely.
But I didn't get to see a lot of his stand-up, but I knew he was hilarious. The dude's, he was just a walking character. It was like, dude, yes, tell me a story. It's going to be hilarious.
This lady called a doctor. She said, doctor, I hate to tell you this, but you're giving me the wrong hormone pills. Doctor said, this is more, Mrs. Sampson. She said, I couldn't make a mistake like that. I'm 47 years in business. I couldn't do that. She said, listen, man, you gave me the wrong hormone pills. Doctor said, well, how do you know I gave you the wrong hormone pills? She said, well, I got hair growing down my chest. Doctor said, well, how far down is it growing? She said, down to my dick.
Yeah, that's a guy I really don't know too much about. I'm not really familiar. I mean, I know him from the Sanford and Son, but, never seen any of his stand-up.
Yep. I'm in the same boat. I know him from Sanford and Son, but I've never seen his stand-up either. But the night is young. Who knows?
Well, dude,
it's gonna be Red Fox night now.
He had a lot of fart humor, a lot of shit humor. He would have a lot of literally toilet humor.
You got to wash your ass. Shit.
I mean, that's kind of my wheelhouse.
Yeah, the first guy I ever saw make my father laugh so bad that he was crying was Red Fox. So, yeah.
My daughter would probably love him then. She loves that kind of stuff right now.
Yeah, dirty stuff.
Oh, you definitely watch Thralls-O-Metal then. We didn't watch it all day. That's it.
I'm shocked this next guy I'm going to bring up to you didn't make anybody's list, man, because I loved him at the time, and I will tell you right from the start, Scully hates the fuck out of this one, but Andrew Dice Clay, man. Nobody had Andrew Dice Clay.
Jack and Joe went up the hill, both with $1.25. Joe came down with $2.50. Oh! That fucking whore.
We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, we were talking about him.
I was going to put Andrew Dice Clay on mine, and I thought I did. I guess I didn't, but I feel like that super character-driven kind of comedian was kind of, for me, drawn out by Kinnison. Like, I think Kinnison was the guy that actually told Andrew Dice Clay to, like, take that character and make it a full fucking character.
Andrew Dice Clay was always hit or miss. Now, granted, I own a copy of The Adventures of Ford Fairlane on VHS someplace in this house.
Wait a minute. 555 not a real number. They only use that in the movies.
No shit, honey. What do you think this is? Real life?
I love that movie.
I love it. It's dumb. It's dumber than hell, but I love it.
It's horrible, and I love it. Great appearance by Freddy Krueger, by the way. And Jim Carrey's first wife, right? Holly... Lawrence? Holly Lawrence? Yeah. From Dumb and Dumber and shit. Yeah, she was in that, but...
And Vince Neil dying immediately. Quicker than he died on stage recently.
Yeah. Boom! Boom!
Kickstart the house!
Hey guys, I'm sorry guys, it's been a long time playing. My fucking voice is gone.
Hey, dude, the greatest part of that video is he's off stage and they're still going, girls, girls, girls. Good shit.
I mean, what are you going to do at that point?
Right.
Well,
The band played on.
Don Rickles not on the list. Greg Giraldo not on the list.
And when did we become such a nation of such self-important, narcissistic douchebags that, you know, when it's your birthday now, you just think you can go to any restaurant and make the waiter sing happy birthday to you? When did that trend start? That's the most irritating. That used to be for children at Chuck E. Cheese. Now you can go to any restaurant. It's my birthday, dance around or something. Give us a little song, would you? Give us a little song. Go get me a piece of cake. It's my birthday.
Patrice O'Neal not on the list.
You know how you can tell how pretty a white woman is? The value. You look at her and then you wonder how long they would look for if she was missing. Come on, take a look. Take a look. Look at this nigga. Look, 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 look.
I always
Amazing roast.
Patrice O'Neal is dead. I'm always uncertain of it, and I look it up and I'm like, fuck. Patrice O'Neal, because he's a funny dude.
Giraldo may have said some of the most fucked up shit.
Your liver is so shriveled, black, and dead. If you put your ear to your side, you can hear it go, "What you talking about, Willis?"
Giraldo is definitely underrated, man. As a Stern fan,
God.
I always loved Giraldo when he was on the show. Rickles too, man. I love Rickles, but I feel like that's a little like kind of outdated. It's like you know, Shecky Green sort of shit.
But we need the blacks. Without them, there'd be no Olympics.
Yeah,
like he was way more ahead of way better than Shecky Green, but yeah.
I think he pioneered like insult humor, like Greg Giraldo and Patrice O'Neal, you know, both definitely had that stuff too. But Patrice had a lot of the observational stuff, which he was fucking fantastic.
But women, you don't get creepy. You get hornier as you get older. It's weird. You want to do all your sexing between the ages of 30 and 50. That's when you want it. But here's how sad things are. The value of vagina is only good from 18 to 29.
Well, what was great about Rickles too is you could tell he could just riff, like when he ran out of material, he'd be like, "Hey, look at you, you fucking cow in the front row!" Like he just start calling people names.
Chinese, Japanese, Filipino, my ass, you're a Jap. I'll tell you this. 3 years in the jungle looking for your uncle.
Yeah.
One of Shred and I's favorite movies is Dirty Work, and him as the movie theater owner. He's like, look at you, you fatty fat.
So there you are, Tubby. Ah, you look like a bucket of lard on a bad day. You baby gorilla.
You baby gorilla.
Yeah, you know, I forgot about Rickles when I was doing my list. So if I had thought of him, I probably would have put him in mine somewhere.
Yeah, he's
I almost thought about putting Maury Amsterdam on there. King of the one-liners.
Now, I got no objection to guys being bald, but this bum didn't even have eyebrows. You look at him from a few feet away, looked like his neck was blowing bubble gum. I swear, this man was so bald he had to carry a dandruff around his hand.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I'm going to check that out now.
So he's from the Dick Van Dyke Show.
Nice, because I love hacky one-liners is my shit.
He played Buddy on the Dick Van Dyke Show, but he was the king of the one-liners, for sure.
I love them online.
Chase movies.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah, right. We've covered that ground together and had fun.
Yep.
All right, well, I got two more for you that I wanted to quick mention before we get into our list. And one is Kurt Metzger, who I met recently, so I had to bring him up, of course.
Do you ever play Monopoly with your family and been in charge of the bank and not stolen money from the bank? Did anybody not? Not because you're even a bad person, just you got a little behind on Ventnor or whatever, you know? You're a good person, got a little behind, and then you were gonna put the money back. The second you pass go, you're gonna put it back. Things just got out of hand. Did anybody not do that in this whole room? No, not one? Yeah, so that's how all of you apparently would treat your family to get some toy money. That's what you would do to your own family. So just now imagine it's a real bank with real money and you're playing against strangers that you don't even give a shit about. How well do you think you would do in that position, seeing as how you would step on your own mother's throat for an orange $500 bill? How well do you think you'd do with And that is how the economy works.
But I think he's one of the better comedians out there today. And Jim Brewer, I'm surprised didn't make our list, considering he's got so much heavy metal material.
Let me tell you something about Slayer fans. That was the scariest time of my life when the Slayer fans showed up. That's the first time I feared my own race. I'm not even kidding you.
Yeah, he's like the metal comic.
Right.
Jim Brewer, like, I don't know. I think his shtick got a little worn out for a while. But, I mean, I didn't think he was terrible. It was just like, you know.
I mean,
watch something else.
After weed got legalized in most places, his popularity kind of, because then everybody was high telling jokes, you know? So.
Right. With Brewer, I love some of his bits, and some of his bits I don't, really, honestly.
He's real hit and miss.
Very, yeah.
Well, like, he always goes to that his Brian Johnson impression, and he spends so much time on that. I'm like, I get it. You know, you told the joke.
Right.
You're doing this for like 20. Yeah, like drive that into the ground, man.
Totally
I actually met Brewer once, and he was actually a super cool guy.
Yeah.
He seems like it.
Yeah, he's
a metalhead. I mean,
yeah.
Can't go wrong, typically.
Yeah, but he's like a real standard metalhead, man. He's like, I don't know, like, probably needs Ghost.
Oh my God, that band sucks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They're fucking cheat game.
Pretty brutal, man. Pretty brutal.
Yeah, I love you, Blake. Well, you know, the funny part about Jim Brewer, he recently was on, I guess, Joe Rogan. He was recently on Joe Rogan, and, man, he tells the story of the deterioration of his friendship with Lars Ulrich. And, man, if you listen to that, it does not paint Lars in a very good light.
I mean, dude, can anyone in Metallica be painted in a good light at all?
Yeah.
I met Lars. I met Lars once. He came into a store I was working at. And it's a store in the airport. And he was super nice to me. Like, he talked the shit with me for like 5 minutes.
Oh, that's way awesome. Yeah. I've heard a lot of stories very different than that, but I'm glad you
I've never heard a positive one.
Yeah.
Did you open up with "You're my favorite drummer"?
Oh, Jim Brewer talks about literally him and Lars are no longer friends because Jim Brewer snuck back in to give a bigger tip because he felt so bad about the way Lars treated the staff that he literally snuck back in to put more money on the table, and Lars caught him doing it and then berated him and shit for doing it, and it was crazy. It was ugly. It was
fuck. Wow.
Yeah.
See, the funniest comedian is Torben Ulrich when he told Lars in that movie that the record wasn't very good.
Fuck balance. You know, there definitely is some Presidio stuff that I felt maybe you got to analyze it. Maybe you're watering it down in some way. That's all. It's your call. Yeah. I know that.
That's a fucked up shit right there, brother. No shit.
Ooh, I think there's 2 more comedians I want to mention, and they're not stand-up comedians, but I have to mention them. Trey Parker and Matt Stone.
Oh,
I mean, they get writers' credits too.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Those 2 are 2 of the funniest, I think, people out there.
Yeah, I think their South Park just gets better with age. Like,
I agree.
You know, I watch the old seasons now, and it's like, it's not that funny, but what they're doing now is hilarious.
Hey, at least I didn't really have butt sex with Harvey Weinstein, huh? Oh? Or did I? Woo! Happy Halloween, everybody!
Yeah, I mean, you watch the first season, they say butthole, and you're like, oh, that's cool. But yeah. I now the newer stuff, like the pandemic special, I think they're holding back. But I mean, shit's so fucked up in the world right now anyway. That, I mean, really, how many buttons do you really want to push right now?
Got him!
Got him!
I loved when he had Stan singing in the death metal band.
This is a song I wrote about living out in the country on a farm. All right, fellas, just like we rehearsed it. And a 1, and a 2, and
it was Dying Fetus.
It was Dying Fetus.
Get me off this farm!
Yeah.
Get me off this farm! Get me off this farm!
Well, you know, knowing Dying Fetus as like personal friends of mine, I'm gonna try to up them and see if I can get Piggies on The Simpsons, even though The Simpsons is stuck for like a long fucking time.
Tell me more.
Dude, let me know. I will.
That'd be awesome. Yeah,
Watch
please do.
when it happens.
I want to know when that
I mean,
happens.
I've written emails, but I'm sure they like get printed out and thrown in a trash can as soon as.
What the fuck's a Big Destroyer? Don't write them back.
Hey, I'll be there for that one.
Email Trey Parker and Matt Stone, and then tell them the Thralls want to meet them, and then just throw it in there. Put it in there.
I don't know that we've done well over 200 shows now, and I don't know that we've ever done one without referencing South Park. So there's some.
You owe me a sweetie pop, asshole.
There you go. Let's get to it, gentlemen. First of all, I greatly appreciate you joining me for this, man. You guys, I meant it at the beginning of this when I said you guys are some of my favorite cats in the game. And, man, I got to tell you, you guys got some surprising ones on your list. And number 30 on our list is one of those, and we're going to get right to it, man. And we're going to jump right in here with, some of these got different definitions than stand-up comedian. Henry Rollins being one of them. What do you think?
Henry Rollins?
Sharon Osbourne appears out of nowhere. All of a sudden, she's there. She gets right behind Ozzy. Ozzy! And Ozzy, ah! And she just, and he goes out like, ah! He runs out on stage. And this switch is flicked. And suddenly, let's go crazy! And you hear the sound of the sky being ripped in half. It's like a 747 taking off in your mind. And that's 20,000 people on their feet cheering. And that's when you realize is the sound of 20,000 people all go like, how many more songs do they have? Can I have some of that? God, the Rollins band, they suck.
Whose was that?
I've dabbled in a little bit of stand-up comedy, and
yes, you have.
I consider Henry Rollins my primary influence in my comedy. Like, much more story-driven instead of just short setup and punchline. And he's not a traditional stand-up comedian, but he gets up on a stage, tells stories, and they're fucking funny. So that's why I put him on my list.
I do not know the origins of the mullet. I do not know if there's a mullet.com. I don't know if a social anthropologist has tried to find the lineage of the mullet. All I know is in Australia, I have seen some of the most dazzling displays of this hairdo, the likes of which I have never seen anywhere in Arkansas, West Virginia, or anywhere else where they think 10% slower. Now,
He's Henry Rollins. I mean, people eat out of the palm of his hand a lot of times. Anyway, he's a great front man.
I mean, at the same time, that could be Jello from the Dead Kennedys too.
Yeah, Jello is. I mean, I recently just picked up the 2 full-length Lard CDs, and I can't tell you how much I fucking love
like, dude, some of his spoken word is hilarious, but some of it's really fucking annoying.
what are you doing in hot pants, oh man who carries cement and lumber great distances? One ball is kind of hanging down. I see you.
Like 4 hours long, like, dude, get to the point.
Like the full-on comedic stuff that I think I've seen Henry Rollins do was probably on that show with Ari, what's his name? The I Can't Believe This Happened or something.
That was
Henry told a brilliant story about him being on acid and shit. Like some dude told him like he didn't like him. He was like, listen, I don't like you. You should do acid and fix that.
Why should I take LSD? Because you're a real asshole.
This meeting no longer has a time limit.
Oh, okay. I'm glad it alerted me.
All right,
I got to pull that up on YouTube and watch that again now.
It's funnier than hell. Like, honestly, that's the funniest thing. It was one of my favorite episodes of that show.
Yeah.
That is fucking hilarious. Well, and Henry Rollins, what was that movie? He's Not Dead. Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
Yeah, that was great. Good
I
movie.
always thought, and now he's a little long in the tooth, man, but I thought when he was younger, he'd make a really good Punisher.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, actually.
I mean, not to get off the comedian tip.
Yeah, right. Well,
I mean,
yeah.
That Punisher Marvel movie, the original one.
Nothing's funnier than the Punisher.
I mean, come on. I mean, yeah.
Well, you know, when you put non-traditional guys in and make a list, you get a non-traditional list, I guess, right? So, yeah, we had a mixed result here, you know, mixed reaction here. Some people were like, fuck yes, of course, Henry Rollins. And some people were like, who the fuck put Henry Rollins on the list? So, yeah.
The hell are wrong with these people?
They must have been damaged. Oh,
well,
terrible.
Hey,
terrible.
Hey, Blake, speaking of long in the tooth, man, you're showing off your age with what came in at number 29 as one of yours, sir. The Unknown Comic, my friend.
Hey, wow! Must accidentally put on my doggy bag. Hey, it's good to be here. Just flew in from Las Vegas. Got sick and nobody knew it. I'd like to do a song now dedicated to my father. Papa's got a brand new bag. Okay, let's get started. How did Webster invent the dictionary? He got in a fight with his wife and one word led to another.
This is even a little before my time, man, but I just thought it was fucking, he was great. You know, the paper bag over the head and just like super stupid hacky. And you're going to hear me say this probably for every single one of my picks. Super stupid hacky jokes I love. It's like, you don't need to insult the crowd's intelligence. You need to just appeal to them. And I love those kind of like slow burns where you start chuckling at first and the more it sinks in. But yeah, it was so ahead of his time. Like, that's when character comedians started kind of developing. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to stick a bag on my head. Fuck you guys.
All right, let me take this bag off in the first place so you can see what I really look like. Here we go.
But yeah, it was very age on that one.
I mean, if it works for Buckethead with a guitar, it might as well work for the Unknown Comic with a bag. So.
Yeah, right. Brian, what's your take, sir?
I'm not familiar with him, but it sounds like something I would dig. So I'm gonna look into him after this.
Mostly known for his appearances on the Gong Show. Do you guys remember the Gong Show?
He was like a big Gong Show guy.
Yeah.
Every now and then,
Came back on Sunday for the Gong Show.
Yeah, the fucking Gong Show. The Unknown Comic is actual name. He's a Canadian comedian, an actor. Yeah. Murray Langston is his name. So
no, he's not unknown. Oh, you fucked it up.
Yeah.
You have to get the whole new shtick.
Hey, still alive and kicking at 75, by the way, brother. More power to him.
I mean, he probably hasn't been relevant in a good, 30 or 40 years. Easy.
That's old school. Yeah? No school like the old school.
Very similar to the Henry Rollins pick. It split the crowd here, man. We had half the people saying, who the fuck is that? And half the people were like, oh, yeah, that guy was
nobody knows. He's unknown until now when you outed him.
He's been unmasked. That's number 29 on our list. Number 28, and I want your thoughts here because I'll preface this pick right now with a guy I think is very funny in movies. I personally am not a fan of his stand-up, but I'm going to throw Kevin Hart out there for you gentlemen.
You ever argue with somebody and then they get up and then your mind, you feel a little different about the fight? You got to know how to get out of it. You don't have to fight when you don't think you're going to win. There's certain things you can do to let a person know that you're not ready to fight. I was arguing with this guy. We at a club. He's sitting down. I'm like, dude, I said, you know what? Say something else to me. I promise you, I'm going to smack the shit out you. And I mean that. Say something else. I'm going to smack the shit out you. Like, that's my thug look right there. Thugs get the clap in their hands and stand up. Say something else. On everything I love, I'm going to smack the shit out you, B. For real. And he got up, and he was bigger than I thought he was. And I was like, come on, give me a hug. Bring it in. I'm serious. This is stupid. Come on, man. There's no reason for us to act. You can't fight nobody doing this. Come on, man.
I'm with you on that. I think he's a really good comedic actor, but his stand-up is like, I have Gilbert Gottfried on my list. This is unfair to say, but he's just screaming.
And the waiter said, how do you like your coffee? And I said, I like my coffee the way I like my women. Hot and black with a small piece of prune Danish.
Gilbert Gottfried is so amazing.
I love Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh, yeah. But Kevin Hart does the same type of thing. He's just not twisted Jewish dude.
Yeah. He tells some interesting stories, but I mean, I think he goes to the well a lot. And like, I'm short. It's like, dude, believe me, we know.
Oh yeah, that's been his like day one. It's like, hey, did I mention I'm short?
I went out and bought a big ass truck just to impress women. You know. Did you know that everybody looks tall in a truck? Did you know that? I didn't know that. I had to find out the hard way, you know, because I like to flirt. And one day I was at the stoplight and I saw this girl. I was like, damn, baby, you look good. Why don't you pull over? Let me talk to you for a second. She's like, all right, he kind of cute. Her and her girlfriend high five. They was happy, you know. She's like, all right, well, get out. Come talk to me. Now I can't get out my truck, you know. I got to jump out, right?
It was like, no, we thought it was the lighting, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, you figure after 30 years, you figure out some better lighting.
Yeah, right.
There you go. It was like, I'm sorry you can't get on all the rides at Six Flags. You should move on.
I've seen footage of him at like Hollywood events where the girl he's with, I guess it's his wife even, like sinks down for pictures. Like she, you know, and I guess to make it so he doesn't look so, you know.
So whose pick was that then?
Brian,
I had it on mine.
Brian, give me your love for Kevin Hart, sir.
He's just fucking hilarious. Like, you know, I've seen all his, you know, stand-up specials, and you know,
and he's got a lot. He's prolific.
Yeah, and there hasn't been one that I haven't enjoyed. So I think he's a very consistent, you know, good comedian.
Listen, let me tell you how messed up I was. I was ass naked, walking around a house like this. In my mind, this was a gun. I really believed that my hand was a gun. I was making threats. I said, let me tell you something. If anybody on the block try to touch my product, chitty chitty bang bang, niggas gonna die. She was like, calm down, calm down. This I knew she was fucked up. This I knew she was fucked up, because I turned around like this, right? She was like, don't shoot me. Ain't nobody gonna shoot you. I got the safety on. You need to fucking chill out. Y'all laughing, I'm dead serious. I was messed up. I tried to fuck a beanbag that night. I was ass naked on a beanbag for 2 hours doing this shit by myself.
I think he's a funny dude, so I like the guy.
Yeah. I mean, I think when they give him a script and like comedic roles, he does well with them.
Right.
Yeah.
I watched him on stand-up, and it's like hit or miss, but when he has a funny bit, I mean, it's good.
I actually haven't watched too many of his movies, to be honest. Maybe one or two.
The 40-Year-Old Virgin was the first time I ever saw him. And
It's your boy?
Yeah, that's my boy, nigga. We rep the same smart tech.
You just got fucked up with him. Both y'all niggas gonna get clapped up when I get back. Both of y'all niggas.
What did I do?
It don't fucking matter.
I haven't watched
God,
since then.
I think the first one I saw him in was Dave, the one with the giant robot, Eddie Murphy. Yeah, that was a movie no one saw. But
Scully loves Jumanji show. That's on in this house all the time. So.
He is funny.
We should reboot the movie Big and put Kevin Hart in as a character. Except in this case, Zoltar doesn't work apparently, and he wakes up and he's still tiny. What the fuck?
It only half worked.
Look at this shit here. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. This is really fucking me up, man. Cause ain't nothing tough about this. It don't matter what you say. Ain't nobody gonna take you serious if you swing your feet. It don't matter. I will kill everybody in this bitch tonight. Nobody fucking playing with y'all. Y'all think it's a game?
All right, well, fuck. Number 27 was another one. I guess some of these late split the room. I literally, when I threw this one out to the crowd to put it in place earlier, we had some people say they love this guy, and we had a couple say, oh, I hate that fucking dude, and that's Jay Moore.
Women have it good when it comes to you guys have dildos, vibrators, pocket rockets, French ticklers. You can lean up against the washing machine during the right cycle and rub one out. Some ladies got the shower massager. Ooh, man, you better buy her a diamond. Because if she got a shower massager, she don't really need you anymore. That shower massager makes a woman shake like a car on bad gas going uphill.
Jay Moore.
Wow.
That was my pick. I think he's funny as fuck. I think he's horribly offensive, which is wonderful. And then his Christopher Walken impression are definitely up there.
Anyone that can do
does
good
such a
Chris
good
Walken
job.
is great.
It's good to be here. At my age, it's good to be anywhere. That was a joke.
He has the story about actually, because he was in Suicide Kings, and he actually meet Christopher Walken. And was like, Jay, your dog, it has no tail. Why? He goes on this whole bit about it. It's like, well, you know, it's a whatever breed it was. Like, well, they docked the tail. Whoa, hold on. But he does this whole bit about it. And honestly, that's the thing I know Jay Moore for the most is that awesome Christopher Walken impersonation.
Yeah, he's done a lot of stand-up in recent years. He's been pretty dormant for a while, but he had a bunch of stuff around the time that Suicide Kings was out. So
good movie.
Yeah.
I mostly know him from his war with Andrew Dice Clay, actually. Do you guys remember that at all?
No.
I do, you know, I'm a big Stern fan, but like Jay Moore never even popped into my head to like think about when, like, you know, it's hard to narrow down to 10.
Right.
But yeah,
that too.
It didn't even like, man, that did like that's a surprise one for me. I think it's cool. Like now I want to go back and check out more Jay Moore stuff.
Hi, I'm Sarah McLachlan. That fucking commercial makes me sick. This montage of all these weird animals, this condiment-eyed dog and the racist cat, and she goes, every year, hundreds of thousands of dogs and cats starve to death in our streets. So do people, you Canadian cunt. Are you out of your fucking mind? Holy shit! Are you fucking serious? You can save the animals, but who's gonna walk them? Jesus Christ!
His stand-up is good. You know, honestly, he himself does a bit where he got that Jennifer Aniston movie kind of early in his career. I forget where he was like a wedding photographer. And, you know, it's very different from that, you know, rom-com role he plays to a stand-up. A stand-up's pretty raunchy.
Oh,
yeah. Well, like, you know, Bob Saget's, man. Bob Saget's stand-up is way different than his TV personality.
Perfect.
Bob Saget's joke on the Aristocrats.
The room has got feces just dripping down. This poor kid is convulsing. He starts throwing up. You don't know whether to shit or puke in this room. That's how... What the fuck am I doing?
I did not see that coming, dude. That is... Wow.
Oh, his stand-up is filthy, man.
Oh, Bob Saget's stand-up is filthy, yes.
Yes, it is.
But I'm a happy guy because I got married. Married my girlfriend of 7 years. At her age, I'm going to jail. No, I did. I really am in love. I told her tonight, I said, when I come home, I want to make love to you badly. And she said, at least you don't overestimate yourself. But I'm nuts over her. She's this tall.
He got his career, actually. Rodney Dangerfield was, you know, he was one of the guys Rodney discovered. So Rodney discovered them all, man. Tim Allen, Roseanne, fucking Jerry Seinfeld. Shit, all
Dice Clay, I think, too.
Yeah, Dice.
And Kinnison.
Right. Kinnison, yeah, all of them. Yeah.
It's a pretty good crop.
Fuck yeah, those all came out of the school of Rodney Dangerfield. Jim Carrey, yeah. The list is literally endless. It's crazy. But yeah, Jay Moore, man. Do you have thoughts on Jay Moore, Mr. Bryan, sir?
You know, he never really left a big impression on me when I've seen his stuff. But like, I think it was Blake saying, like, I kind of want to go back and see now.
Yeah.
You know, I definitely want to see his Christopher Walken impression.
Dude, it's pretty spot on. He not as good as what's the other guy that does it?
Kevin Pollak.
Yeah, Kevin Pollak. Kevin
Wow,
Pollak.
man, you guys are on it.
Oh, dude,
Kevin Pollak's one is way better.
Yeah,
he is sort of the because he's good friends with Christopher Walken too.
Yeah, yeah.
He just says like, listen, there's nothing linear about anything that comes out of Chris's mouth. It's just weird, and you just adapt to it at the moment, and that's why he's awesome because he's Christopher Walken.
Which one of you little jerks can guess what I've buried under my house?
Well, if there's one thing I hope for more than anything as people watch this special on stand-up is that it does do exactly that. I hope it compels people to go check out some of these guys' work and get into it and that sort of thing. And while you're doing your research, did Christopher Walken kill somebody? Dun, dun, dun. Okay, I'll leave that out there, but...
Allegedly.
Allegedly, exactly.
Whoa, hold on.
Our next comedian, and honestly, we did not get a ton of female representation on our list. I think there's only 2 in our top 30. You know, it's a guy thing. I don't know. It's a bunch of guys doing a list of comedians, and it's certainly, if you go by the math, there's a lot more men doing it historically. Maybe not so much today, but certainly as we grew up. So
yeah,
that's the only disclaimer I'm giving that. But our first woman on our list is Sarah Silverman.
I like to talk crazy right after sex. When things have calmed down a bit. Get right in his face, real quiet. What do you think would happen if I went on down to the hospital and got a rape exam right now? Hey, what do you think? You think they'd find your semen all over and inside me? Because I do. Oh, I really do. Maybe you should go ahead and tickle my back till I fall asleep. Is that a good idea, motherfucker?
She's awesome.
Indeed. I love Sarah Silverman.
You know, when it comes to female comedians, my later one will show up, and we'll talk about that then. Sarah Silverman's great.
She's fantastic.
Great and offensive and again, wonderfully vulgar. And it's Sarah Silverman, and she's a slice of heaven.
She does talk about her vagina an awful lot.
A lot, yeah.
I mean, I would, I would too.
I'm learning.
If that wasn't offensive in this day and age. I would love to talk about her vagina.
I am on the, I take birth control pills because I do a lot of fucking. And, no, thank you. No, I take it to regulate my menstrual cycle and because I do a lot of fucking, but it's so hormony, you know? Like, I want some other kind of birth control, some other kind of contraception. So I'm always asking my friends what they use. Hey, bud, like I always ask, like I asked my friend Charlie what he and his wife use for birth control. And he said they, oh, he just comes on her face. So... we're gonna try that. And...
yeah.
All right, moving on.
Wow,
Brian and Nick
making up the restraining order.
Yeah, right.
Sarah Silverman's cool with me. I enjoy her stuff. You know, she's, like you guys were saying, just controversial and, you know, vulgar and.
Oh,
you know,
some of her bits on the Jewish stuff and all that is definitely like, whoa, holy shit.
Yeah.
you can be Hitler and go to confession and say, forgive me, Father, I killed 6 million Jews. And the priest would just be like, no problem, say 10 Hail Marys. And Hitler goes to heaven. Hitler goes to heaven is the name of my band.
Well, I mean, it's also cool because, you know, with her celebrity now or fame, she does like a lot of social outreach too. Yeah. So it's not just funny, and it's like sometimes I watch her Instagram videos. I'm like, oh man, this one's not fun, but it's like an important message. Like, man, I came here to get a laugh, and like you're talking about abused animals,
right? We had someone in house say this quote on Sarah Silverman earlier, and that's, she's going kind of the way of Janine Garofalo. What do you think of that?
I mean, look, I think anyone that has any like sort of platform, if they care about issues, social issues, they definitely have a right and a way to do it. You can always turn that off. It's not like she's lost her edge or she's not a comedian anymore. Right. It's just like if you don't want to see that sort of thing, don't watch it.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, she's got plenty of edge left. She fucking hurls daggers at whatever she doesn't like, and I love it. I love it.
Yep.
I don't care. Good. I hope the Jews did kill Christ. I'd do it again. I'd fucking do it again in a second. If I hear his Birkenstocks clacking this way.
Well spoken. And an underappreciated sitcom that was lasted a few seasons on Comedy Central, and if I might, A Million Ways to Die in the West, underrated movie.
Oh my fucking god!
I've never seen that, but yeah, that's definitely one I want to check out.
Check out the unrated version; it's truly fantastic. It'll make you laugh, I promise.
Oh, your breath is up.
Ooh, I had to give a blowjob.
No, it's okay.
Good shit. Well, the next one on our list is another love 'em or hate 'em guy. Few people apparently realize he was one of the Man Show guys, which is Doug Stanhope.
How do you know what any artist had left? How do you know if Jimi Hendrix hadn't have died,
he wouldn't have wound up doing Super Bowl halftime duets with Elton John right now. Rocket Man. You're going, this is tragic. Why didn't that guy die? He was my hero. I don't want to see this. It's fucking pathetic.
I love Doug Stanhope. He was on my list. Dude, in terms of like not giving a fuck, telling, you know, horrible stories. He actually, there's a joke he told that he actually used his friend's full name. Said it right there. Was like, I use his full name every time I tell this joke. Fuck. I forget what the name of the stand-up was, but there's one he just did in like a seedy little bar. It was, you know, just like as soon as they told him, like, you can't smoke here, like, I don't care.
So I can speak to that too, Nick. I booked Stanhope in Baltimore 2 or 3 times, and he does not want to play comedy clubs. He doesn't want the 2-drink minimum bullshit. He's like, wherever you want to put it is fine. I'll hire my opening acts and I'll pay them out of the guarantee, and that's that. So he was pretty affordable and just super low key, and was nice because it was like, hey man, well, we got all this extra money. He was like, well, we agreed on this amount. I'm like, well, right. I'm a promoter, but I didn't draw these people.
Yeah, right. You did, bro.
People say, yeah, I don't have to drink to have a good time. You go, okay, but that means you have to have a good time to have a good time. How do you...
He's awesome. God, like it was like I think it was like the closing that he talked about. Like, listen, if you love the Yankees, it's like betting on the house in Vegas. You fucking suck, dude. I mean, he does not hold back at all, and that was something I respected. And he has this like very interesting take on things. I have a couple.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very working class kind of like a more updated Lenny Bruce for me.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's really spot on.
Spot on indeed.
Yeah, he's a solid comedian. You know, I've enjoyed his work over the years.
The favorite joke I've ever heard him tell was, "Hey, he was in Baltimore and I booked him. He's like, so you guys like the Ravens? I like the Lions." And everyone booed. He says, "Not the Detroit Lions, the ones they throw Christians to."
I like, come on, a little chaos is fun. Everybody, don't you? Chaos is good.
It was like, it's like, you know, he kind of just gets up there and riffs. He doesn't really have like a routine.
Yeah,
like he just talks about whatever the fuck he wants.
Well, and he's got a reputation as a comedian.
Yeah.
Road guy. He stays on the. Yeah, right.
There was like a bit about cock fingering that was just ridiculous. It will never leave me just because it was like, dude, what about this?
Devastating.
Well, I've seen cock fingering on the internet. Have you seen cock fingering? I've seen it several times randomly surfing porn. Digit in the male urethra. Objects in the male urethra. Seen cock finger.
Oh, and very much like many of the comedians we'll be featuring tonight, definitely the wrong guy to fucking heckle.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Don't heckle.
Fucking point, sir. You threw down, asshole. Now tell me, what is your new material? What does that mean? Hang on, I'll tell you when to fucking go ballistic.
Good old Doug Stanhope. Was he the original show guy? But
he was
the second round, right?
Yeah.
Him and Joe Rogan were second.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Originally, it was Jimmy Kimmel and Adam
Carolla.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, and by the way, Blake mentioned Lenny Bruce. That's another one that didn't make our list. That probably.
Yeah.
And there's a difference, you know, between a big piece of art with a little shit in the middle, a big piece of art, a little shit in the middle, a big piece of art, then a big piece of shit with a little art in the middle, a big piece of shit with art in the middle. You don't understand a little art, it's one big piece of shit.
I thought about
certainly a pioneer for sure.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's kind of why I didn't put him on there. He kind of inspired a next generation that I think was just a little bit better. They took what he laid as the foundation, which he was just, well, he was kind of twisted too, and you know, he was constantly battling the legal stuff, and you know, his performances were brilliant, but no one got it at that time. He was way too ahead of his time. But you know, when people later started doing it, like, oh, this is brilliant. It's like, yeah, it's because we took it from this guy kind of in terms of what he was doing, and you all hated him.
George Carlin himself said that I was the next, you know, I was a progression of what Lenny Bruce was doing. Yep. So.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
All three performances of the defendant Lenny Bruce were obscene, indecent, immoral and impure than the meaning of Section 1148 of the Penal Law. In the latter two performances, words such as ass, balls, cocksucker, cunt, fuck, motherfucker, piss, shit, and tits were used about 100 times in utter obscenity.
So let's go to the next guy, and I do want you to start on this guy, Brian, because I believe he's another one on your list. And this is, again, we're splitting the crowd. A very interesting list we've created with you guys, man. Not quite what I expected in many ways. And this is another name, John Leguizamo.
And every day, I couldn't wait to get the hell out of that madhouse. And high school became my refuge. And I was about 16 years old, 35 in ghetto. And pretty soon, all I could think about was females. But all that girls in high school can think about are the cool guys, the gangsters, the outlaws, right? So I wasn't getting any. So Fuck's Funny, English Xerox and me, we started our own posse and we called ourselves the Sex-Aholics. Yeah. And we would serenade the hottest mommies in Queens. And there was this one legendary one that was so hot, but of course her father was a cop, and he never let her down from the third floor apartment building. So we called her Rapunzel Garcia.
Another, are you a fan of Paul F. Tompkins? I have to ask, and a very storytelling. No. You seem to like storytelling comedians. Please do check out Paul F. Tompkins. He's a similar great guy.
Paul F. Tompkins, okay, yeah.
And that is when I started going to therapy. Now, I don't want to talk about therapy any more than you want to hear me talk about therapy.
Yeah, Leguizamo, like he's, you know, a brilliant storyteller. You know, just the specials that he's put out, you know, I've never seen any comedian do stuff like that.
And I guess I was about 12 years old the first time that I accidentally masturbated. Yeah, because I was just cleaning it and it went off. And I thought I broke it.
And he's funny as hell. I enjoy the movies that he's done, so that's why I put him on my list.
Yeah, certainly vulnerable. He explores a crazy level of vulnerability in his comedy shows, man. That's kind of
exactly.
It's almost too much for me, to be honest. At sometimes it's a little like, man, fuck, I want to laugh. Jesus Christ, you're in my guts, motherfucker.
Penny, I don't think I can last much longer. And then all of a sudden I heard. What was that? Nothing. Just a little quiff. She's talking to you. She says you got a lot to learn.
You know, but
I've seen the specials. They're amazing. It's great story, and unfortunately, it's not what he's known for now. He's known as just like, hey, he's a really well-rounded actor, which is awesome. But some of that comedy was really fucking good.
It was cutting edge, certainly.
Tonight's lesson is Latin history for fucking morons. And that's you. I'm sorry, but it's true, okay?
You know, I think of his movie roles. I think of, you know, a Carlito's Way, obviously. But the first thing I think of is always the Violator in the Spawn movie, man. I still think he did great with a shitty movie, but a great role.
That movie was terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, God. It's
bad. Chris, you might need my list for even mentioning that movie.
Oh, it's funny.
Hey, dude, I grew up loving that comic, and you're right, it is a shitty movie. But I thought Leguizamo was a good Violator, though.
Yeah, and up until he turned into like the CGI shit show, like real Violator. But the clown makeup, yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I got my fingers crossed on the reboot. We'll see, but
they like to fuck things up, so we'll see.
It stinks.
Our next comedian is our first actual heavy metal comedian. We said earlier that Jim Brewer didn't make the list, but Brian Posehn has even been featured in a recent Evil video, which we played on the show. And
oh, that's right.
A stripper said this to me, and it's the weirdest thing a stripper's ever said to me, and they've said some weird things. And it's always strange because, presumably they want your money, and then they say something odd. And this happened, the girl whispered this to me. She goes, "You look like you like to bend sluts over and pound their assholes." And I was like, I look like that? That's fucking awful. Hey, stripper lady, can you do me a favor and tell me what I need to do to not fucking look like that? And is it my beard or is it a look in my eye that I'll never get rid of? Because that's fucking horrible. I think the only thing worse she could have said to me is if she went, "You look like you never say no to cake." That would have hurt my little fat feelings. Sorry, fat feelings. I know, buddy. We're gonna come on this whore and then fill you full of cake. Don't worry about it.
I love Brian Posehn, but I have to say his song that all new metal sucks is fucking irritating to me. I've literally spent my entire career fighting that fucking goddamn, that mantra. I exist to disprove that fucking statement, but anyway, go ahead. Brian Posehn, guys. That I believe was on your list, right, Johnny?
Yeah. Actually, I was just watching a stand-up piece with him last night, and he was talking about how before he had kids, he was like, if I ever have a baby, I want you to punch my kid. Just punch him right in the face because, that's how I feel about kids. He was like, and now he's like, I actually have a kid, and I would prefer that if you saw me with my kid in public that you not punch it in the face.
If you ever see me up here on stage talking about my kid, like he fell from heaven and he's made of angel wings and muffins and I used to say, if I do that, I want you to punch my baby. Yeah. Well, I wrote that joke pre-baby. And now I have an actual living baby that I would like to remain unpunched for as long as possible.
Come full circle on that one.
I feel like that's a pretty funny bit. This is the first time I'm hearing it, but I feel like a lot of comedians, when they start out, they're super edgy. When they get older and have kids, they kind of toe the line a little more. Like one exception is Louis C.K., but with his recent, jerking off in girls' faces and stuff, I feel like I wasn't going to let him make my list.
Oh, we will. He made the list. We'll talk about it.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. How was your last couple of years? How was 2018 and 19 for you guys? Anybody else get in global amounts of trouble? Anybody else? Fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know. Being a giant nerd, especially for metal, that of course appealed to me. But he's like, like a giant nerd, and he brought in like nerdy humor that was like another level that I could relate to.
Because you always hear about stand-ups wishing they were rock stars. I totally wish I was a singer for a thrash metal band. And one thing that we never get to do, like people just laugh and go, that was good, or they'll applaud. But you never see people go nuts, like start fucking people up in the pit, That's what, after a joke, I'd love to go, hey, that was about my wiener. Come on! Fuck it up, come on! This next song is about my dog licking my wife's vagina. Come on! Let's see it. I don't get to do that. I love metalheads. When I mention metal, people go crazy when because if you're a metalhead, you have to give it up. Like, metalheads are like different from any other fan of music, because you never see like somebody who's really into R&B with their shirt off going, fucking R&B! R&B! And we have like our own symbol that means metal. You just do that to another metalhead and he's like, indeed. You never see anybody like, easy listening! Easy!
like some of the other stuff, like he talks about his hot wife. Like we're driving in a car, pulling up to a valet, and she beefed, and she farted right there. It was like, did you just fart? It's like, yeah, but they're gonna think you did it, right? I look like a whole bunch of farts that just put on a man costume and walked out in public. It's a cute little dating thing. I was like, yeah, that's a good play on her part.
Fuck yeah.
I've never done a sex scene in a movie, or I've done a bunch of movies, but no sex scenes. And no, don't feel bad. I don't think I ever will. And well, if I did, it would be like in a horror movie. And I wouldn't be the one having the sex. Be like some hot teenage couple getting it on. And I'm like over in the corner, like the creepy janitor or the inbred redneck hotel owner climbed in through the window. And they're getting it on hot teen style. And I'm like over there going, get that shit. Get that shit, boy. And the dude's gonna be like, what the fuck? And then I hit him with a shovel. Cut to the girl, why are you doing this? That'll be my sex scene.
Brian Posehn, like I said before, he almost made my list, but I love the hell out of that guy. And he, like my favorite joke that he did was he told the story of the time he met Chris Holmes from Wasp. He was in like high school, and like Chris Holmes told him to grow some tits.
So this is true. I met the guitar player for Wasp. Familiar with that dude? He's in Decline of Western Civilization, Part 2 of the Metal Years. The dude laying in the pool. Yeah, fucking asshole. And I met him when I was 15. It's totally true. He's a total dick. And I really liked him at the time. And so I went up and I said, "Can I have your autograph, Mr. Holmes?" And he goes, "Grow some tits." Totally true. Like, that's the only thing holding me back from being a hot
lady. But then he like smoked pot for 30 years. He was thinking of going to find Chris Holmes and be like, "Hey, mister, I did what you said."
What he said is like, yes, because if I grew a pair of tits, that's the only thing stopping me from being a pretty lady.
Funny dude, man. And funny roles in the Sarah Silverman Show and in the Big Bang Theory, by the way. So.
Mm-hmm.
He's awesome.
Yeah, pretty funny dude. Pretty funny dude. I know what things a guy like me can't do. I can't say, "Hey, a cute kid." Yeah.
I also should never wear a mask and overalls. That's like, can't do that ever. No night digging. I can't dig holes at night. That fucking bums out the neighbors.
Oh yeah.
Was like, yeah, usually when I enter a city, I'm usually being followed by people with pitchforks and torches.
He does have that look. He could do a modern day Frankenstein for sure, man.
He could. I'd watch it.
Yeah.
I would too. I would too, 100%.
Me too. But, well, I tell you, a comedian who's caught fire and later in his career, I'm a stand-up comedian freak, so I've always been a Mark Maron fan. But, man, he seems to have caught fire the last few years. He's on that Netflix show.
And that was an angry relationship, man. That's why I can't do that anymore. I can't do the angry, like, I'm so much better. I'm so much better. You know when you're an angry person and then you find another angry person and you just yell and fuck and cry and you think that's intimacy, the crying part? And it's just crazy. It's crazy and it's embarrassing, but like it's hard to get out of that because there's no sex better than the sex had on a pile of clothing taken out of drawers to leave you with. I mean, there's really no sex better than that. So much depends on that. You really gotta show up for work that day. No sloppy apologizing in the middle of that one. You don't want to end with, "Sorry, I don't know what happened." You need to end with like, "That's right, baby. What do you say we put these clothes away?"
Dude, when he first started his podcast, I was like, "Who the fuck is this guy? And why is he constantly talking like, well, I know Rodney and I know this." I'm like, "Who the fuck is he?" And then like I finally did some research and was like, "Oh, this guy is pretty fucking funny."
Yeah, he's put in the years too. He's been around a long time.
Oh yeah, I saw.
Yeah, and that's another guy who has a crazy level of vulnerability in his.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, some of his act is just cringe as hell.
Yeah, right.
My second wife was younger than me. I've been through this before. I know what it's about. I've been through this several times. The younger woman thing. I actually thought about having business cards printed up that just said, Mark Maron, a phase you're going through. Resolving daddy issues since 1989. That's what it's about. That's what it's always about. That's what most of it is about. Come on. I know how this ends. I'll finally get comfortable. My heart will be wide open. We'll just be sitting on a couch watching Chopped or House Hunters. And out of nowhere, she'll just say, like, yeah, it's weird. I'm getting along so much better with my dad now. And I'll be like, oh, fuck, I guess I'm done. My work is finished. Now it's time for you to move on to an age-appropriate relationship and have some babies.
Well, I've heard him be compared to another comedian who didn't make our list who maybe could have, which is Richard Lewis, who I got to meet once too. But
I went through this punk rock disco. It was so frightening. It was so violent. We went on Machete Night too, which is really
very similar without the
the Jewish.
Maron's a little more edgy.
Yeah. Definitely plays up on the fucking hypochondriac shit. Definitely plays up on the bipolar thing.
Do you think he's playing it up?
Oh no, yeah, no. I mean, focuses his material on it, I guess. But yeah, no.
Rehearsing this part. That's why I got all this lithium.
Yeah.
But I just want out, man. I want out.
Oh no, I definitely believe he's genuine as hell. But and honestly, that's what makes a good comedian. Often is
I love what he was doing in that one special where he was like, he'd tell a joke and then he'd pretend to be his own comedy critic, Maron just told this kind of joke. More later.
Yeah, more. That's the name of that special. More later. That's a great special.
Every night he explains that joke. Stupid. More later. So.
And that Netflix show he's in right now is really good with the girl that was on that Community show that Brie Larson's in it as a wrestler.
Oh, Jesus, she's hot. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. She's naked in it pretty often, man, so check it out.
I need to...
Brie Larson. It's called Rings, right? Ring, I think it is. Rings.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Are you talking about It's Allison Brie, not Brie Larson.
Yeah, I knew.
Allison Brie, you're right. Allison Brie.
I want to see that
it's
one.
Called Glow.
Yeah. What's it called again?
Glow,
that's it. Yeah, the wrestling show. Yeah.
Nope, I have seen. Okay, all right. Yep. I have
very funny, very funny. You're right. I fucked up. The Brie Larson. Now everybody's looking for Brie Larson naked and cussing me out.
I'm not looking for Allison Brie here. I mean, I have to talk to you guys first, though.
Allison Brie. Yeah. But yeah, it's a good show. I recommend it. It's pretty funny. Mark Maron plays the wrestling coach. He's pretty good. All right. Well, we've only got a few left that only got one vote from the panel, man. And next up is a great, honestly, super prolific, I've heard him referred to as the food comic, and that's Jim Gaffigan.
Bacon's the best. Even the frying of bacon sounds like applause. It's like, yay, bacon! You want to know how good bacon is? To improve other food, they wrap it in bacon. If it weren't for bacon, we wouldn't even know what a water chestnut is. Thank you, bacon. Sincerely, Water Chestnut III. And those bits of bacon are like the fairy dust of the food community. You don't want this baked potato? Bring! Now it's your favorite part of the meal. Not interested in a salad? Bibbidi bobbidi bacon! I just turned it into an entree. But once you put bacon in a salad, it's no longer a salad. It just becomes a game of find the bacon and the lettuce. It's like you're panning for gold. Eureka! Bacon! Not many ways to prepare bacon. You can either fry it or get botulism. It's amazing the shrinkage that occurs. You start with a pound, you end up with a bookmark. Really, the only bad part about bacon is it makes you thirsty for more bacon. I never feel like I get enough bacon. At breakfast, it's like they're rationing it. Here's your 2 strips of bacon. I want more! More bacon! Whenever you're at a brunch buffet and you see that big metal tray filled with the 4,000 pieces of bacon, Don't you almost expect a rainbow to be coming out of it? I found it! I found the source of all bacon!
Yeah.
Pockets.
Personally, because I'm blonde and I have a short beard, I can't stand Gaffigan because I get compared to him. Visually.
I mean,
so I'm going to go on record and say fuck Jim Gaffigan.
That's not necessary.
And he just talks about bacon nonstop. Like, get another joke.
He does talk a lot about food, man.
Yep.
It always goes back to food with him. Sad.
I mean, bacon's good.
Kids.
I mean, food's good. I've eaten a lot of food. I'm pregnant.
Hey, I got the bacon guys here, man. I got Axe of Swine and Pig Destroyer here. We got bacon covered. We don't need this.
True.
Right.
It is a little bit like, well, the Catholic stuff, like what he says, like, I'm like, the oldest of 9 Catholic. I have to preface that because otherwise, wow, everyone thinks your mom likes to have a lot of sex. But yeah, he's a clean comic, which I kind of have respect for, just because that's difficult.
I can't ask like, hey, where can a guy eat out in Regina? I can't. That's them. I'm a good Christian man trying to find out where a guy can eat out in Regina.
I mean, it's got to be hard to work.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, for sure.
But I know your audience, of course, anyway. But I mean, it's hard to stay. I have to check myself. I'm almost 40 years old. I still have to check myself when I go hang out with my parents. Did you just say fuck? Did I say fuck? Fuck.
Yeah, right on. I think he's funny. He didn't quite make my list, honestly, but I do think Jim Gaffigan's funny. He's certainly prolific with the specials. Apparently, he's got a reputation as a guy that likes to do a big special and then spend the rest of the time at home. He's not necessarily known as a road guy anymore. He was at one point, but funny guy. But yeah, he may have earned that food comic moniker a touch. He should get a show on the Food Network and roll with it.
What are you watching? The Food Network. Oh, why are your pants off? I like food a lot.
Yeah, I like Jim Gaffigan. Not necessarily one of my favorites or anything, but he's, not a bad comedian.
Yeah, funny dude.
Hot Pocket.
Funny dude. All right. Next on our list is one, honestly, he made my list, and I know he almost made Nick's list, and he's, for me, one emerging as one of the funniest comedians out there right now, and that's John Mulaney. Are you guys John Mulaney fans?
And so I have this new phenomenon in my life where, like, late at night on the street, women will see me as a threat. That is funny. Yeah, that is silly. That is silly. It's kind of flattering in its own way, but at the same time, it's weird because, like, I'm still afraid of being kidnapped. Honestly. But I'll give you the best example of this. A few months ago, I was at a subway station at 2 o'clock in the morning, all right? And at this station, I'm changing trains. And you have to walk down this long hallway in order to change trains. So it's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's just me and this woman. And we're walking along, and she's walking a few yards ahead of me. But she keeps giving me, like the over-the-shoulder, like that, And then she starts to pick up the pace. She starts to walk a lot faster. So I think, oh, she must hear the train coming. Or, maybe she feels it in her feet like a Native American. So I start to sprint down the hallway at her, and she looks back and she's like, ah! And then she gives chase, right? So now we're booking it down the corridor at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm gaining on her. And we're getting to the end of the hallway, and she starts to go into that, like, dead-end shuffle, that women do when you chase them. And I'm almost at her, and then it dawns on me. Oh, she's running from me. Because in her eyes, I'm an adult. And adults rape each other. Kind of a lot. So I wanted to go up to her and be like, hey, whoa, no. I'm not like a, I'm not a man. I'm some stupid punk, you know? But I think that would be equally creepy. Is if you were in a subway station at 2 o'clock in the morning and I chased you down, grabbed you and said, I'm not gonna rape you. I'm a little boy.
I've never heard of him until now, so no comment.
I'm not overly familiar. I've heard of him, but that doesn't mean anything. So
I love him. I love his stand-ups. He's fucking hilarious. He's a great storyteller. He's a great joke teller. Like, he's really kind of a complete package. And he's also one of the voices on
Big Mouth.
Big Mouth. Yeah.
Okay.
The nerdier.
I think everybody's on Big Mouth except for the 5 people represented here.
They wouldn't answer my emails. But but yeah, he's just got a really good delivery. He's just fucking hilarious.
I was once on the telephone with Blockbuster Video, which is a very old-fashioned sentence. And it is. I was on the telephone with Blockbuster Video. That's like when your grandma would be like, we'd all go play jacks down at the soda fountain. You're like, no one knows what you're talking about, you idiot. You know how you talk to your grandma? So...
I don't know. He's kind of like an everyman. Like, nothing's too vulgar, but it's not so tame. You're like, oh my God, you might as well just tell him knock-knock jokes. It's just really good. I just dig him.
Yeah, I love his vibe, man. I love it. Are you familiar with him, Brian?
Yes, and not a fan, actually.
Oh, really? Okay. You know, I will say he had a sitcom that lasted a season, and I thought that was awful. It was terrible. But as far as straight stand-up comedian, I think he's fucking genius. I love him.
You can't say, like, the F word. You can't say that on Special Victims Unit. But people walk around on SVU going like, looks like the victim had anal contusions. Yo, looks like we found semen and fecal matter in the victim's ear canal. Those are 2 real things that I heard on Law & Order SVU at 3 in the afternoon. Both spoken by Ice-T. Ice-T is a detective with the Special Victims Unit. He handles New York's most sensitive cases. I love Ice-T on SVU. He is fantastic. He's awesome. What's so great about him is that he's been with the SVU for like 11 years now, but he still treats every case like it's his first in terms of total confusion. Sometimes they'll be in the middle of an investigation and Ice-T will be like, yo, you telling me this dude gets off on little girls with pigtails? It's like, yeah, Ice. He's a pedophile. You work in the sex crimes division. You're gonna have to get used to that.
You know, again, he went to Georgetown locally with Nick Kroll, who they do the Big Mouth show together. But
Nick Kroll went to Georgetown?
Yeah, they were a part of a Georgetown comedy troupe. That's what they became. That, you know, the Nick Kroll show.
Dude, you learn something new every day.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah.
My dad
got
went to Georgetown
through the league, which is so hilarious.
Oh, dude, the league is one of my. If we ever do a countdown of best sitcoms, the league might make my list.
Dude, I love the league.
Yeah.
There's shit I'll never forget.
It's underrated for sure, man.
Fuck yeah, dude. Fucking hilarious.
Laugh out loud, hilarious.
I still want a Mr. McGiblets costume.
I still want Nick Kroll's wife from that show, who was also the maid from My Name Is Earl. So
yes.
Good stuff. But yeah, if you're not familiar with John Mulaney, please do check him out. He's got some really hilarious bits on like breaking down the Back to the Future movie and different shit like that. It's really funny, man. So
we got an idea for the next big family action comedy. All right, it's about a guy named Marty, and he's very lazy. He's always sleeping late. Okay, is he cool like Ferris Bueller? No. But he does have this best friend who's, you know, a disgraced nuclear physicist. I'm confused here. This best friend, this is another student or, oh, no. No, this guy's either like 40 or 80. Like, even we don't know how old this guy's supposed to be. But one day, the boy and the scientist, they go back in time and they build a time machine. Whoa! Okay, I think I see where you're going here. They build a time machine and they go back in time and they stop the Kennedy assassination. Ah. Oh, wow, that's a really good idea. And we didn't even think of that. All right, well, what do they do with the time machine? Well, now I'm embarrassed to say. All right. We thought it would be funny, you know, if the boy, if he went back in time and, you know, he tried to fuck his mom. I don't know. We thought that'd be fun for people.
Good stuff. All right, next on the list is another one actually that made my list alone. And this guy, very much like John Mulaney for me, certain comedians, now Pee-wee Herman's not on the list, but he is on the list of guys I'm about to describe, which certain comedians, they walk on the stage, they demand your fucking appearance, you know, your attention, and they give you the feeling they were put on this fucking earth to do this. That's what they're here for. They, you know, I believe that of John Mulaney, who I was just talking about. The first time I ever saw Pee-wee Herman on TV, I was like, this dude is fucking nuts. But he's here to entertain us, clearly. And for me, Richard Jeni.
Click. Late night TV is the place to be if you want to lose weight. Any fat people here? I didn't think so. Let's move on. There's always a guy going, it's not your fault you're overweight, you're a victim. Really? I don't know. When I was a kid, I was a fat little kid for a few years, and after careful research, I came to the exciting conclusion, hey, I think I'm eating too much. It was kind of my fault. You know who should have a late night diet plan? Some idiot from my old neighborhood in Brooklyn who's too stupid to lie. A little tough love, some guy with the Joey Falco diet plan. Just a regular moron on TV in the middle of the night, click, hey, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Hey, listen, if you're overweight, you gotta try my diet plan. It's worked for millions of people with your problem. It's called Stop Eating, You Fat Bastard. Come here, I'm serious. Now, here's a guy who writes me a letter. He says, hey, Joey, how do I know if I am a fat bastard? That's a very good question. There's 3 ways to know. 1, when you go to a buffet, do the waitresses put on riot hats? Does that happen to you? 2, do you ever find yourself short of breath after combing your hair? 3, do you ever put money in your front pocket and then realize you ain't wearing no pants? Chances are you're a fat bastard. So you send me, Joey, $1 and I'll send you my tape. It ain't videotape, it ain't audio tape. You know what this is? Scotch tape. Take a piece and put it over your mouth so the friggin' ice cream can't get in there and watch the pounds melt right off you. Try it for 30 days. If it doesn't work, fuck you, you're not getting the money back. All right? Because you lied. You kept eating, you fat bastard. You want the money back? I'll make you a deal. Come on, try and catch me. Look, you can't even run, you're such a fat... Oh, now you fell down. This is a disgrace. Act now and I'll send my other tape. Stop smoking, you stupid bastard.
Richard Jeni was the most spot on. His timing was amazing. His fucking bits were rock solid. The thing where I'm going to play cards with my date and we're going to tell each other who we really are and shit.
I say on a first date, you don't want a dinner table, damn it. What you want is a card table. The man and the woman meet up at a card table. Write down all their emotional problems on little cards and take turns slapping them on the table and being honest. First date, the guy's got his card, he goes first. He goes, hi, I'm Bob and I'm a Scorpio. She goes, hello, I'm Sally. I'm a psycho. Okay. My father locked me in the closet when I was 5 years old. My dad came out of the closet when I was 7 years old. I'm self-centered and obsessed with my appearance. I'm from Los Angeles also. All right. All right, it's my turn now. I can't have an orgasm unless I'm on top. I can't have an orgasm unless I'm on crack. I have an imaginary friend named Bosco. You know Bosco? I'm neurotic. I need to see other people. I'm schizophrenic. I am other people. Okay, it's fine. I'll be fine. I'm gonna go now. Okay.
The whole thing where, you know, how come every time I try to do anal sex with my girl, she turns into Elvis? Like, oh, I don't think so. You know.
They have anal sex in the X-rated movies, and I know this is a rough topic for Illinois, but I think it's important. They have anal sex in the X-rated movies like it's no big deal. Now, I don't know what goes on in your private lives. I always thought that this thing was a pretty complicated thing for the average woman to pull off. In the X-rated movies, it's no problem for the women. For them, it's sort of considered a polite form of greeting. You know, they just see a guy, hi, how are you? And I sure slam it up my ass, Jim. Come on in here, I was just making us some pie. What is that all about? What? Confession, I never even did anal sex with a woman, ever. Tried it 2 times and almost did it, but at the last second, the woman turned into Elvis. Yeah, she did, she turned into Elvis. She went, okay, I really want to do it, so just do it on 3, go slow, ready, 1, 2, 3, ho! Thank you very much, that's not going to work out, thank you. I appreciate you trying that, but that's not going to happen for me, thank you very much. That's not going to work out for me there. Thank you. Sonny, Ray, give me an ice cream and something soft to sit on your please. I don't think that's going to happen for me tonight. I appreciate you trying that. Let me tender. Don't be cruel. I'll have a good person if we keep that up.
Dude, I thought now, of course, if you know his whole story, the end of his life is horrific. You know, it's a terrible, terrible, heartbreaking story. But man, as far as professionalism and bringing it on stage, goddamn, I never understood why he wasn't the biggest thing in the universe as far as stand-up comedians. And you met him, didn't you, Brian?
So I was working in an electronics store at O'Hare Airport, and we sold like DVDs and CDs and all kinds of crap. He came into my store, and I went up to him like, hey, welcome to In Motion. Is there anything I can help you find? And no response. So I'm like, okay, well, let me know if you need anything. And so he picks out some CDs and brings them up to the counter, and I ring him up and give him the total. And he's like, well, I thought these were 2 for $20 because we had like these other racks with 2 for $20 CDs, but it had to be the CDs that had the sticker on it. I'm like, no, these aren't part of that deal. It has to be the ones from those racks over there. And he's like, well, that's bullshit. And he started going off on me. And I'm like, dude, relax, man. It's just CDs.
You're at a 10. I need you to 4.
Yeah. And I mean, I had seen him in The Mask, and I saw his Platypus Man special, but that's really all I knew about him. I was kind of actually sort of surprised to hear his name on the list today. But, I thought he was really funny, but like, yeah, he left a bad taste in my mouth with that experience there.
Do you remember what CDs they were? Because if it was like, Mariah Carey, I think we're going back a couple of years. He's like, I need this Mariah Carey Christmas CD for $10.
So I'll make a deal with you. You can have it for $2.
Yeah, right.
Actually,
just get it out of my store.
Was the CD How to Deal with Your Anger and Be Nicer to People? I guess it wasn't.
Yeah. How to not be a dick when you're flying.
He was clearly on the first volume. He hadn't got to volume 2 yet.
Yeah, I'm like, nope. You gotta look at those fine prints, man.
Well, you do have to separate the performer from the art in most instances, man, because a lot of times that's the case. I've heard first count of tales of like Kevin James that are pretty nasty at this point. Quite a few people that you generally assume since they're funny they're going to be nice, but I guess that's not always the case, man.
No.
And let's be honest, if you catch me on the wrong day in the wrong circumstance, you may very well come away and be like, that dude's a fucking asshole, man.
I assure you that if you catch Nick really on any day, he's kind of a dickhead.
He's not wrong. He's also a giant piece of shit. But
I was going to say something similar. Being in a band, there's times where I'm running around doing something and someone like stops me to tell me about some record I don't give a shit about, or I'm like, hey man, I try to be cool, but it's like I'm like 2 minutes behind to do 25 things and I gotta get on stage in 4 minutes. So dude, like you're gonna have to deal with me in a little bit, or like, you definitely get roped in those conversations where it's like, yeah man, like my sister had never heard of Pig Destroyer. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? It's like, I didn't let me get to the question.
Let me just get to the point to my third divorce, and I think that's really the story takes. I'm like, oh God, no, come on.
No.
The funny thing is, the prowler in the yard changed my life.
And my dog died, and God damn it.
The funny thing is, recently, since we're doing the Decibel Metal and Beer Fest, I've had a bunch of people say, "Can we buy you guys a beer?" I'm like, it's literally Beer Fest. No, we're good.
Yeah, right.
You can buy me 10.
Believe it or not, we have beer.
Yeah, I don't pay for those.
Yeah, right. I got that.
Like, no, but you can give me some weed.
Yeah. Hey, now we're talking. So yeah, Richard Jenny might not have been the world's nicest guy, but I do strongly encourage you to take in each of his stand-ups in a row. In fact, I feel like each shows growth from the last. I feel like he was again born to be on stage kind of guy.
Yeah, I definitely want to check out some more of his stuff. Because I'm really not. I've only seen like one of his specials.
Oh, he's got A Good Catholic Boy and A Big Steaming Pile of Me as well. Yeah.
That's the one.
Maybe you could send him a self-help CD too to see what happens.
Not any longer. He's no longer with us. So
yeah,
send it to his grave.
Yeah.
Take this.
I met him like a year or two before he checked out.
Awful story.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he had schizophrenia, as it was determined later. But
yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Apparently, he told his girlfriend, "I'm hearing voices." He sought help. They determined he was schizophrenic. Literally one morning, they got up together. She said, "I'm going to go make breakfast." He said, "I love you. I'll be down in a minute." She heard a gunshot go off 5 minutes later.
Wow.
Gone.
Yeah. I remember seeing his stand-ups like late night HBO, Showtime, and he was really good. I think I got him confused with Bobby Slayton for a while.
My plane's going down. I want a pound of cocaine and a big fat black hooker falling on my face. Something that's going to kill me in 5 seconds.
I loved Bobby Slayton, yeah.
But, the voices were different, but they kind of they almost kind of had like the same kind of bit. But I think Richard Jenny told like more in-depth stories.
Then I make the big mistake sometimes and put on the news. I told you, it's the worst. They should just call it the bad news. They should be honest. Come on television and go, "Good evening, here's the bad news." Every bloody, disgusting thing that happened today, press into a half an hour right before you go to bed. If you thought you were scared before, you'll soil your pajamas when we bring out our anchorman, Grim Carnage. Grim, tell him the bad news. Well, the anchor guy should just have like a robe and a sickle. He just pop right out. "Good evening, I'm the anchor guy. It's 11 o'clock. Here's who's dead."
He was good. He was really good and underappreciated.
Yeah, I mean, other than my interaction with him, that wasn't so good. I mean, I thought he was a very funny comedian. I enjoyed the specials that I saw on him.
Yeah. Oh, hey, trust me. If we threw away all the art from people who are assholes, we'd be left with not much art, my friend. So.
Yeah.
Look, I'd have to throw away all my Pig Destroyer shit.
I thought we were friends.
No, I'm kidding. Blake, I'm kidding, brother. I love
It was a good man. I know. Is he gonna throw the phone?
He knows. I go back with that motherfucker now. He knows. All right, but anyway, Richard Jenny, hilarious story, tragic ending.
And I don't really blame any women when they have a bad period for being in a bad mood. It's not a good time, is it? It's like once a month, the woman's body turns into a vicious loan shark. It's like once a month, the woman's body is going, "Hey, honey, can I talk to you a minute? Come here. Did you have a baby this month, or what happened? You didn't have a baby again. All right, well, hey, you're busy, right? What can you do with it?" How many fucking times I gotta talk to you about the same fucking thing, huh? The fuck is wrong with you? Smarten up and have the kid. I'll be back next month.
Next comedian. Now we're getting into the comedians that got multiple votes, I believe, here, which next comedian, prolific, hilarious, movie star at this point, Chris Rock, baby.
See, I was watching HBO had this special on, the jail special, a couple of months ago. Now, normally when you see a special about jail, it's on regular TV, and there's a lot of shit they don't show. Oh, not the HBO jail special. Oh, they showed it all. They were interviewing a brother in there. They said, "Now, sir, when a new inmate comes in and he wants some drugs, how do you initiate him?" The guy goes, "Well, the first thing I do is make him toss my salad." The guy's like, toss my salad? Well, what's that? Guy, well, having your salad tossed means having your asshole eaten out with jelly or syrup. I prefer syrup. I'm not making this up. And then the guy said, no, why must you go through all of that, sir? Why not just oral sex? And the guy goes, well, when a man's sucking your dick, he can pretend that's something else. When he's eating ass, he knows it's ass. I did, yo. We don't need a death penalty. We got the toss salad man. Shit, if I had a choice right now between the electric chair or tossing a salad, I'd be like, so where you plug it in?
He almost made my list, and he's damn good. I mean, honestly, he's just good at everything.
He's great, but it seems like every fucking movie he's in bombs.
Yeah.
Like,
he's a good actor, too. But like,
except for his small role in Beverly Hills Cop, was it 2? The first one or the second one?
Shit, no. It was...
It's the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Park it next to something expensive.
Parking cars if you have your mansion.
I mean, everyone remembers Cookie. From,
Crackhead Cookie.
Yep. Well, yeah, that too.
Not the best comedic role, but well, I don't know. It depends on how fucked up your sense of humor is.
But Rock is like a force of nature, man, and he's definitely a comedian's comedian. Like every comedian's always like, this guy's the most brilliant guy on the planet.
I got a little cousin got left back in the first grade. Left back in the first grade because his mama out getting the groove on. You know how dumb you got to be to get left back in the first grade? What's 4 + 4? Jello. But that ain't his fault, that's the mama fault. That's the mama fucking fault. That's right. That's right. I'm telling my cousin, I'm like, Trina, talk to your fucking kid. Talk to him, teach him some shit. You know, if you said more words to him than mommy be back, he might know something. That's right. And it's real easy to tell who kids gonna be fucked up. It don't take no scientist to tell who gonna have some fucked up kids. If the kid call his grandmama mommy and his mama Pam, he going to jail.
He's great in.
I helped him out early on too.
He's great in Pootie Tang.
Oh, Pootie Tang, yeah, I love
Pootie Tang rules. All right, I don't give a shit what anyone says. I love.
Pootie Tang's an underrated movie. I agree. But
I have not watched it. You know.
I has to say the name on my Dammy.
Hey, Kevin Smith says he's the best comedian on the planet. So,
did you guys know Pootie Tang was written by Louis C.K.?
Yep,
and Brewer, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Jim Brewer played a role in that too. Yeah, good shit, man.
I'm not going to watch it.
Chris Rock, some of Chris Rock's stand-up is hilarious in my opinion. Maybe some of the best stand-up I've ever seen, definitely. You know, but yeah, I do feel like the last couple were not as funny, to be honest, in my personal opinion. He had a run there where like those 3 in a row were like Bigger and Blacker, and some of those were like, holy shit.
Dude, each one was better than the last.
Right, truly, yeah.
Big piece of chicken.
Bigger and Blacker is
one of my favorite hits he's ever done.
And what does Daddy get for all his work? The big piece of chicken. That's all Daddy gets. Is the big piece of chicken. That's right. And some women don't want to give up the big piece of chicken. Who the fuck is you to keep the big piece of chicken? How dare you keep the big piece of chicken? A man can't work 12 hours and come home to a wing. When I was a kid, my mama would lose her mind if one of us ate the big piece of chicken by accident. What the fuck? What, you ate the big piece of chicken? Oh, Lord, no. Now I got to take some chicken and sew it up. Shit. Give me 2 wings and a pork chop. Daddy'll never know the difference.
Dude, my wife even says that all the time when she makes chicken. Like here, Daddy gets the big piece.
Yeah, dude. Some of those lines will stay with us till we die, and that's how you know it's, you know. the good shit, I guess. So, yeah, Chris, right? Have you guys seen the new Spiral movie, the new Saw movie? Anyone seen it yet?
No, I want to see that.
I want to see it. I'm actually binging out all the Saw movies right now just to get ready to watch that one.
Ooh,
yeah,
man, it takes a nosedive in that series.
Yeah, the first few are brilliant, though, I think. But yeah, they do.
I think the first one's the best one, to be honest.
And then it just turns into like torture porn.
Yeah, it really does, man. It's not what Cronenberg would have put out there, that's for sure. But all right, well, next comedian on our list. There was a few that didn't make my list that actually hurt to not write down. This one was one for me. Another comedian's comedian, man, Patton Oswalt.
Look, I know that the bellwether for bad parenting is the stripper, but I put it to you, a comedian is way worse than a stripper. Stripper goes on stage, shows you her tits and her pussy, and you give her money, as well you should. That is a warm, neighborly thing to do. Comedian goes on stage, keeps his clothes on, talks about his genitals. How crazy would you think a stripper was if she came out and did that? Came out fully clothed. Guys, let me tell you about my vagina for the duration of this REO Speedwagon song. You're definitely gonna wanna hear all about this. Get your dollar bills out. This is well worth your time. Like, wow, her dad must have fucked her in a Garfield mask. That is not. Whew. That is not good. Yeah, fucking the daughter in a Garfield mask. Yeah.
Who's on my list?
Yeah, I mean, this guy's got some of the best lollipops and werewolves. You can listen to that day. That thing's like 20 fucking years old, and it's timely as fuck today. I think he's one of the best observational guys out there.
And he's kind of local. Like he lived in Sterling Sterling.
Oh no, right, Sterling, Virginia. You're right.
Yeah, a buddy. You know Rich from Enemy Soil, right?
Right.
He
yes,
went to high school with Patton Oswalt.
No shit.
Dude, he's priceless. There's so many bits. There are so many bits I love, and they're all fucking hilarious. He's so good at the observational stuff and just dissecting stuff. And of course, being a giant nerd, like his love of like hard rock, but also like comic books and shit that appeals to my nerdy side. But I mean, like I remember one bit he did, like he said, "There's nothing more I hate in the world than G-rated filth."
There's nothing more offensive and disturbing to me than G-rated filth. Like, what is worse? Like, I want to fuck your wet pussy, or I'm going to fill your hoo-ha with goof juice. Which, right there, that's totally G-rated. You can say that on TV. It's fucking horrifying. That is what you say to a girl that you have in a pit in the bottom of your basement as you're lowering stuff in a basket.
Yeah, he was really good in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show where he played triplets.
Yeah.
Yep.
Honestly, any medium he shows up in, I like it for him being there. He was in Justified. I loved him in that. He was in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I loved him in that. He was in King of Queens. I thought he was the best part of that stupid-ass show. You know?
Happy was one of the best shows, and they should have never canceled.
Happy.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
I was hooked from the first episode.
Yeah, that was good shit. I love that show.
Yeah, and he's a part of that big troop with, like Brian was saying, Maria Bamford, who didn't make our list, who I do find funny, who was very...
Comedian.
Right.
Yeah.
Go back to your hometown and you meet up with your arch enemy, Christy Coombs, from high school at Target, and you realize nothing's changed at all, and you're still the great big hose beast you always were.
So I saw you on TV or whatever. It's just like in high school. It's like you're not funny, you're just weird.
Comedy's subjective. It's an art form.
So are you gay? Because I heard a lot of women comedians are gay.
No, I'm not gay. I mean, it'd be okay if I was, but I'm not.
That's good. Because remember we all went to Christian Bible camp? We all went skinny dipping that one night. You wouldn't take your shirt off, and I'm like, oh my God, you got nothing to show anyway. And then you took it off. We all gave you titty twisters. I was like, oh my God, you'd have been all turned on by that. And then I just got all grossed out. press debit or credit.
And Zach Galifianakis.
Zach Galifianakis,
Yep.
right? Yeah, another
Yep.
good one. Another good one. So number 16 on our list, halfway through, guys, a guy I've had the good fortune of meeting, the very first comedian who gave us express permission to use his comedy on our show, David Tell. David Tell, man. I love David Tell.
There's no commercials for Jägermeister. There's none. I've never seen one. Have you? No, I have. Right? There should be some, right? So you know what you're getting into. But there aren't any. But I thought of some. Do you guys want to hear it? Do you? Do you or don't you? You do? Okay. Commercials for Jägermeister. A guy comes out of a hedge. He's covered in mud and blood. He's holding one high heel shoe. Did I just eat a stripper? Jaeger. There you go. Okay. To the point. Direct. How about another one? Can you do another one? I think you can. A little girl is sitting on the swing, not swinging. A tear rolls down her cheek. Where's Daddy? Jaeger. There you go. How about a third one? Can you do another one, you think? You guys are great. Okay. A guy, let's call him me, is fucking the left eye of a pumpkin, okay? If that pumpkin didn't want it, why was it smiling at me? Jaeger. Yes. Yeah.
He's good.
I think he's also super underrated, man, because he kind of like was hot for a minute and then he almost disappeared from like mainstream, you know, kind of
He kind of gets swept under the rug, which.
Well, I think he also like has or had a pretty big drinking problem.
Yeah.
Like that one show he had, man, he would just drink the
Insomniac.
entire. Yeah, I mean, like I would get hangovers just watching him, and I can put him back.
Here's a tip when drinking in Key West. Do it right next to the cop car. It saves time. I'll be with you in a minute.
Oh my God, dude. I remember the one where he was hanging off the back of the garbage truck. Like, he started off in a dive bar and he just took a big drink. He's like, here I am. Where everything in my head I say is right. And then the next thing you see, he's like, I'm fucking drunk. He's just hanging off the back of a garbage.
I went to a strip club, and you can always tell how good it is by the name. This one was called the Double Chin. Now, that was not good. $10 to get in, 20 to get out. It was horrible. I went to one, it was a vegan strip club. Can you believe this? Vegans, yeah. I walk in, the girls are so weak. They can't even climb the pole. They're hanging on like koala bears. They were licking the pole for iron. It was so sad. One of the vegans says to me, she goes, you should go down on a vegan, we taste better. Oh, really? I can speak for every guy in here. As long as it doesn't taste like balls, it's all right, really. Because balls are disgusting, aren't they? Wow. And they stink. Yeah, they do. All right, I'll speak for my balls. On my best day, my balls might smell like a foot. On my best day. And the sack growing all the time. My sack looks like a tent no one knows how to fold up. It's just all over the place. And the penis is ugly, huh? Ew. That's what they should have called it. Ew. Have you ever seen a penis before and after sex? What happened? Before, it's hard, full of Jaeger and lies. It's got a plan. It's on a mission. It goes in, right? 3 minutes, 2 if you're married. It comes popping out. It's all twisted, covered in goo, blinking or twitching. What is it doing down there? It looks like all the odd number Rocky movies. Yeah, just defeated. Thank you.
Dude,
didn't he host a Gong Show for a while?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
He's had a lot of like false starts in mainstream culture that just, I think he's like, to most normal people, kind of unlikable.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, But I mean, he's a very successful comedian, and you know, I like when I can listen to say something like the Stern Show, and someone walks in at 4:30 in the morning, and they're on and killing it. But you know,
yeah,
it seems like he's flips that switch like that, and
this is inappropriate. I apologize. Let's pull it back a bit. Fisting. All right, fisting. Do we have people from other countries here? I'm always curious to what they call fisting. Aubon Pain or the other. Fencing without swords. What do you guys call it? I can speak for every woman in here. There is no romantic way to fist someone. Even if you were on a cruise ship, the sun is setting, you just had a delicious buffet, and now it's vicious fisting. And as your man pulls out in his dirty, filthy palm, you notice an engagement ring. You'll be like, why didn't you put it in my salad? Well, I kinda did. And then you'd wink. You would wink.
That is his reputation. I've heard Sarah Silverman say it. I've heard Doug Benson, another funny comedian who didn't make it.
Oh, you gotta love Doug Benson.
You know, they all refer to David Tell as a machine. You know, he's never off. He's got it going all the time.
He has some of the best fucking jokes.
I love his delivery.
Oh my God.
I love that dry, sarcastic, kind of like depressed delivery. Like, well, here, it's my life.
I finally did hook up with a girl down south. It was a kind of a weird hookup. You know, she was kind of weird, and I don't know, it was one of those crystal meth hookups, you know what I'm saying? Like, this girl had the tats going. She had a Confederate flag on her ass and an Earnhardt Forever tattooed on her neck. I fucked her so hard, she shit 2 tickets to Larry the Cable Guy.
Well, and another guy who can just riff, man. He doesn't need material. He can just go, you know.
And what is he said? It's like, if I have ever a kid, I'm going to name him Pizza Pussy Santa, because everyone loves one of those things.
Fuck yeah, man.
Just to come up with that sort of shit off the top of his head. Like the whole thing he did with Jeffrey Ross. They were just going back and forth riffing. There wasn't a script, and it was fucking brilliant.
Like an umpire during a rain delay.
Jeff looks like he runs the gift shop at a planetarium.
You're in great shape. You probably don't even work out.
I used to work out, but I hurt my back carrying the show. And
yeah, Jeff Ross is
we gotta
underrated.
do more of that show.
Jeff Ross is so underrated, man. God damn it, he is.
In the lobby before the show, some guy's like, Jeff, your eyes look red. Are you stoned? I'm like, dude, it's my allergies. He goes, what are you allergic to? I said, pot. Yeah. He said, what are you taking for it? I said, mozzarella sticks.
I love him. He's been so pigeonholed as the you know, kind of the new Don Rickles, I guess. The
roast master, yeah.
The roast master.
Yeah.
But he's got great bits, man. He's got rock solid stuff, you know.
And that needs to come back. The Comedy Central roasts made a lot of these comedians that you either A, hadn't heard of in a while, or B, were so underground that they were never getting out. Like Comedy Central roast really gave them a voice.
See, I really wanted to put like Lisa Lampanelli on my list, but because she's like a good roaster, but she doesn't write a lot of her own shit.
Right, exactly.
So I thought that was like,
retired,
you know, that's like saying the guy from Warrant plays your favorite solos.
Lisa Lampanelli, she was the biggest thing in the world for a minute too, man. She hit
she was real like poised to be big and just
right.
My 2 favorite words are the C word and the N word. In fact, my new single, Cunt, Cunt, Nigger, Nigger, Cunt, is going to be dropping tomorrow.
A couple of those guys like hit and disappeared. You know, Ron White didn't make our list, but he's a guy that, you know, he's still a road guy. He's out there putting in the work, you know. I personally, I don't know, I'd love you guys' take, but I'm not a fan of like that redneck hick shit. I'm not a fan of the cable guy.
Well, Chris, where we grew up, it's a little close to home.
Exactly. That's right.
I mean, it was okay for a little bit, but then it got really old. But I still enjoy I enjoy Engvall and I enjoy Ron White. Those 2 guys are great.
Those are the 2 I would pick out of that bunch.
Yeah.
At least it was less sticky. I mean, because Larry the Cable Guy I got
I still don't understand What the?
And
Why?
Get her done. That's a good trucker. So anyway.
And that guy owns his own jet.
Yeah, that guy's got a jet with that stupid fucking get her done joke. Well, you know, in my opinion, some of the greatest moments in stand-up comedy was Greg Giraldo at the fucking Larry the Cable Guy roast. He's so clearly disturbed that Larry the Cable Guy is so big, and he's not, you know. And he's like, you know, I see you went with Larry the Cable Guy persona because David the comedian wasn't working. Of course, the guy's real name is David, you know. So
this is exciting, I gotta tell you. I've never roasted a fake character before. Maybe next year we could roast SpongeBob SquarePants. Larry's whole act is a sham, like the Bible or the Holocaust. Some people say Larry's only successful because he's pandering to the lowest common denominator and blatantly and non-ironically exploiting people's racist and homophobic tendencies. Don't listen to these people, Larry. They're just bitter and jealous and right. You gravy-sweating cousin fucker. How the fuck are you so popular? Jesus fucking Christ. This one finally broke my back.
Dude, one of the most spot-on jokes I've ever heard right there.
Those roasts need to come back, and they need to roast Mel Brooks before he dies.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Great.
No shit, man. I love Mel Brooks.
Dude, so many movies.
Well, that's halfway through the Metal-O Thralls of Piggies top 30 stand-up comedians list of all time. How do you like that? That's a mouthful. Yeah. That's a mouthful. You know, that's what she said about all you motherfuckers. There you go. A dick compliment from the host. You don't get that in every show you go to.
About time.
I like the honesty. That's good.
Fuck yeah, man. Come on Metal-O-Mania. It comes with dick compliments. There you go. Okay. That's a selling point like shit.
Yeah, I mean, who could pass that up?
Right. But with that being our halfway point, it seems like a good maybe moment for us to reflect a little. Obviously, we mentioned some guys and gals earlier that did not make our list. Maria Bamford being another one who I love. I think she's pretty funny. But let me throw a couple quick out there, food for thought. Ari Fleischer, who me and Blake talked about a moment ago. What about Ari Fleischer? Originally, many people forget, but originally known as the Amazing Racist, by the way.
Yep.
Kool-Aid and malt liquor.
It's called Fantastic Sambos.
Hey,
this is my wife.
No, you need to calm
over there,
down.
man. Jumping over a broom.
No, come on.
Don't get upset, sir. I'm just trying to be the nice one here. I'm just trying to help people.
I'm fucking trying to be nice. Why'd you get this piece of shit off the...
I'm trying to, but I need to fill it up.
No,
you don't have all day.
What are you going to fill it up with?
Just come on. It's a great time.
I would have came down
Did you tell them about the basketball?
Yeah,
we have basketball. Don't be angry.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty funny. I just know him from that YouTube thing that he was doing, but I haven't seen any of his stand-up, but he's really funny.
Yeah, I know him from the same show that Henry Rollins was on, and when he got to tell his own stories on there, Jesus Christ.
I can't believe that happened series, right? Is that
yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude, there's some hilarious shit that he does.
Andrew WK was on that too, and
he was funny on it.
He was really
I love that dude.
Yeah, he was funny.
He's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a funny show hosted by Ari Fleischer. You know, people forget he did the bit before anybody knew who he was. He did the bit where he took the KKK uniform into the Harlem dry cleaner and tried to get it cleaned. He went to the Home Depot and picked up a bunch of, immigrant workers and drove to the immigration office with them and, filming it all and shit. That's what he was known for before this, and now he's a part of that big group. And honestly, another group of guys that we didn't make our list, Dan Soder and Big J. Okerson and, some of those guys, Louis Gomez, some of that kind of group, they've kind of formed into a powerhouse guys, The Legion of Skanks, I believe they have a podcast called The Legion of Skanks even, but are you guys familiar with that whole group and all those guys?
No.
I know Okerson. Okerson I'm familiar with because he was also on that same show. And he told some amazing story about losing his virginity to the town whore. And it was like, I'm enthralled. Let's go. Let's talk about this. I want to hear it.
Oh, man. I strongly encourage you to watch all of Big J. Okerson. That dude is hilarious, man. Hilarious, where he talks it. He's got a bit where he's like, the only reason I wouldn't fuck a transvestite is I don't want the dick flapping between us, man. Other than that, I would do it, you know. But I just the dynamics, the aesthetics of that just don't sit well with me. You know?
Sure, I can see
Funny
that.
shit, dude. Good shit.
Think, can you fuck this hot tranny? And I thought about it, and I did not end up doing it. But it wasn't for any kind of I'm grossed out reasons. It was logistics. Pure logistics why I didn't do it. I believe this to be true, and you might judge me on this, and that's fine. But I realized that night, I believe that if I was into doggy-style sex, fucking from behind, I think I could fuck a tranny. I think from that angle, all you see is a feminine body, there's long hair, you could reach around and feel a titty. I'm a missionary guy. I'll do the work, but it's got to be the way I like it. And when push came to shove, when it was time for a decision to be made, that tranny's dick was too big for missionary. I pictured it in my head. I did not like what I saw. I'm holding her ankles in the air, and with every pump into her shitter, her big tranny dick's just bouncing back and forth off our belly. It's like an RPM meter trying to get out of a snowy parking spot. You better chain up those tires.
A comedian I wanted to mention too that got famous in the early Joe Rogan days was Joey Diaz. I don't know if you can see that either. Maybe.
There we go. I can see him.
Honestly, that Joey Diaz is a great example. That's a guy, had it not been for a horrific cocaine addiction, I believe he would have been big, man. He just went down that road. You know, he disappeared for a while. He's kind of the unknown Artie Lang in a lot of ways. You know,
But funny. Super funny when I saw him.
But funny, right? I love you, Blake. I love you.
And a really nice guy. He was totally willing to take pictures and bullshit for a minute, and tried to get him to smoke a joint, and he was like, So.
Well, yeah, he's a guy who's got a good. Joe Rogan seems to love him. A lot of those guys definitely seem to love him. So.
Yep.
Right on. A couple more for you. Just Jimmy Carr, who your buddy mentioned, great British comedian, one-liner guy, very vulgar, you know.
I read that drinking your own urine is meant to be good for you. Bullshit. I put my back out.
Pretty funny.
I'm not really. Oh wait, is that the English guy?
Yes, sir. Yes,
oh
sir.
my God! All right, there's a dude you should never heckle.
That's correct, sir.
I watched him destroy people like on such a level that it was like, dude, that was art.
Yeah, on a visceral level, dude. He is.
The fuck is that? Well, Gary, if you want my comeback, you'll have to scrape it off your mum's teeth.
He's a funny guy too, man. Very funny. Very quick. Very quick-witted. Yeah.
Oh my God! Like, there's nothing he wouldn't say. I think he's like, no, I don't care. Fuck him.
Yeah, fuck you. Yeah. I think he even hosts some kind of show in Britain or some shit. But all right, and one more comedian that we'll throw out there for you that this is how you know you got a comedian's list being made by metalheads who like vulgar shit, because not a single one of us mentioned Jerry Seinfeld.
My idea of the perfect living room would be the bridge on the Starship Enterprise. You know what I mean? Big chair, nice screen, remote control. That's why Star Trek really was the ultimate male fantasy, just hurtling through space in your living room watching TV.
All right. I like Jerry Seinfeld. He tells good jokes. Unfortunately, I think he's responsible for a lot of bad comedy, like in terms of like, oh, airplane fluids this and blah blah. Like, he was kind of the guy I think that kind of sparked that style, but he was good at it.
Right.
100% agree with Nick on this one.
Yeah.
You nailed that on the head, man.
Yeah. I just, I like him. He's good at what he does, but then all the turds that kind of
cheap manufactured the plastic
Did you guys ever see the episode of Cheers where Cliff, the mailman, decided to do comedy? Where he's like, paper clips, what's up with that? And that's exactly what Jerry Seinfeld does.
That's fucking hilarious, man. Yeah. Good shit. I enjoyed the show, but I have found it's very I don't enjoy it now. You know what I mean? I liked it when it was on, but it's not something I find that I can put on now to enjoy.
But it's a place where everybody knows your name.
Well, that's Cheers. No, I do. I can still watch Cheers, honestly. So,
but we're talking about Seinfeld.
Once Curb Your Enthusiasm came out and Larry David cranked that up to 10, it's the same show, but just 10 times funny.
10 times funnier, right?
100%.
Yeah. Jerry Seinfeld, where George is the main character, and they took all the breaks off of that motherfucker. So
maybe.
Yeah.
Dude, can I tell a quick comedian story?
Please.
So you guys know Aries Spears from Mad TV? So he came into my store, and dude would not leave until I bought a fucking CD of his.
What did he charge you?
Like I told him, like, dude, I don't have any money. Like, I literally had to go to an ATM and get money to get him to leave.
Wow, that's funny. I'm not a fan. He does a good Eddie Murphy impression.
He does do a really good Eddie Murphy.
Right.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm not really a fan of that guy.
I would have called the cops.
I sort of was a fan until that meeting.
Yeah, I'm not big on. I'm not a big. Now, granted, I'm glad he's okay. But what's the dude that just was in the bad accident that was on 30 Rock? Tracy Morgan.
Tracy Morgan.
Yeah.
Never been a fan of him, to be honest with you, either. I'm just.
Yeah.
He's just hit and miss too.
Right.
There are some funny things that he does. Even in a couple when he played the gay guy in Longest Yard.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He did a pretty good job.
Right. That was funny.
There.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's hit and miss. Otherwise,
I got tired of like some of the shit.
Something about his voice gets me.
And where he's gonna get pregnant?
That's my thing. That is my hobby. I do karate and get girls pregnant.
Yeah.
You know,
he's got those crank anchors.
In a funny way.
Crank Anchors. That was the guy that's in the Metal Show. What's good grief? Why can't I think of his name? Is behind the Crank Anchors. He was on that Metal Show with Eddie Trunk and them. Name escapes me right now, but he's another guy. I never thought that he was that funny, and I don't care for the Crank Anchor show personally, but
no, it's the worst prank calls ever.
Yeah, it's not that good. It's not funny.
Yeah, his jokes were always just lame to me.
Yeah, what the fuck was his name? But anyway,
yeah, I don't know. I know exactly who you're talking about, though.
Well, before we get to our top 15, let me go around robin real quick. Do you have a stand-up comedian you just despise, that you just don't get it? Why does anybody like this fucking stand-up comedian at all?
Aziz Ansari.
Oh, good answer.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't understand that dude. Why?
I thought the community, the Parks and Rec show was okay, but yeah, his stand-up doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, he's like, hey, I met P. Diddy once, and everyone laughs. I'm like, who cares?
Yeah, right. Why would we give a fuck?
Russell Peters.
Yeah.
And then it was like, dude, this guy is just a whole bunch of just lame jokes and like, I'm just gonna play on the most like shallow stereotypes as possible and try to get the cheapest laughs. And like, dude, I don't know if it doesn't even feel like he's trying.
Yeah, dude, I'm not a fan of him either. What
Amy
about
Schumer?
Oh, really?
I
used to like her.
I was a fan early. I was a fan early. Yeah.
Yeah, the show was all right.
The movie, whatever the fucking movie was.
With what's his nuts in it?
Bill Hader, yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh yeah. What's
I think my choice would be fucking Anthony Jeselnik.
Oh fuck! I like it. Really?
Yeah, none of it hits for me.
Really?
He particularly feels like every one of his bits is something you've heard before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I like Anthony Jeselnik, but what I don't like is, man, 3 jokes takes 5 minutes. Like he's got such huge paces between a joke where he just stands there looking at you like, ain't I awesome?
It's like, debatable.
Tosh too, man. I don't think Tosh's stand-up is good at all.
Oh,
I like Daniel Tosh.
I liked him early, but his act has kind of grown weary on me, to be honest.
I haven't seen any stand-up from him in years.
He's cashing the checks.
Yeah, he's cashing the checks on that show. I'm not a big fan of the show, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'm not either. But
too much throw-up shit, man.
Yeah, right. I don't like watching.
What's that comedian chick that?
People puke. I don't understand.
The woman with the big mouth, Wendy.
Wendy Cummings.
Wendy Cummings. Whitney Cummings. That's mine. I'm not a fan of her.
I've only seen like a little bit of her stand up, and I was like, I mean,
Yeah,
she's
I'm like indifferent to it.
saying stuff.
Oh, dude, and she had a sitcom. The dude that played her husband. Do you remember?
That sitcom flunked.
Yeah, the dude that played her husband is also a stand-up comedian, and honestly, he's my least favorite comedian. I'm not a fan of the fucking what's that guy? The guy? Oh, Chris D'Elia. That's who I'm thinking of. Chris D'Elia. I don't understand for a moment why people think that guy's funny. I've never seen him do a single joke that made me laugh. Not one.
Really, I've watched a few of his things, and I would say I enjoyed them. But he's not like anywhere near my top comedians list. He's funny, but yeah.
Right on. Well, and last one I'll bring up before, and then we'll go into our list, and you guys got to help me think of his stupid name. What was the guy that got big for like 5 minutes 10 years ago? He did the Jessica Alba movie.
Oh, Dane Cook.
Dane Cook. That guy.
Yeah, fuck him.
Yeah, totally agree. Thank you. God damn it. I never got it.
I liked him at the time, but his comedy hasn't aged well.
No, it hasn't.
Dude, he came out and jumped on tables and shit.
Stand-up CD was decent. And the pickles. That's the only thing I really remember. So.
I've been more creative fucking with people through drive-thrus than that.
Yeah, dude. I didn't get it. I still don't get it, honestly. All right. Well, there you go. I had to take an opportunity to shit on a few comedians, too, because we are those kind of people,
Well, fuck them.
Fucking metalheads and fucking swine up in this bitch. Okay. Dude, the next name on our list, 15 on our overall list, and I love you, B, is dude, honestly, this guy, when this guy goes, I'm going to cry for 2 days, man, because I know he's getting older now, but Steve Martin, dude.
I used to make a lot of sex jokes during my show, and I've pretty much cut it out, and I'll tell you why. I think the reason I made the jokes is because I was insecure, and I've grown more secure. As a matter of fact, I quit using the amateur phylactics. I only use the prophylactics now. But I feel pretty good tonight, I really do. I think tonight's gonna be the night for me. I think you know what I'm talking about. Well, come on. I'm a rambling guy, and you come up here to Universal City, and let's be honest, there's a lot of appealing women. A man is only a guy, so I'll be honest with you, I'll probably be hanging out in the parking lot after the show. Looking for a girl who wants to, well, let's see, what's the most decent way I can put this? Looking for a girl who wants to do a little of this, okay? And who knows, I might even get into some of this, I'm not too sure, okay? Boy, oh boy, wouldn't it be wild if she was into this? Whoa! Actually, that's a myth about entertainers. You always think you meet girls, and you don't, because here I'm in town for 9 days, and you don't have time to get to know anybody, and I'm not into that one-night thing. I think a person should get to know someone and even be in love with them before you use and degrade them.
I fucking love.
Two words,
everything.
not just the stand-up, but the jerk.
Things are going to start happening to me now.
Dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
One of my favorite movies of all time.
Take this pen and this lamp. That's all.
This table.
I'm a wild and crazy guy.
Did I have this on the whole time? Well, I must have looked like an idiot up here.
I'm sorry, I've degraded myself. And I will never ever wear something like this again.
Okay.
sorry, I just lost my mind just for... But that's okay for me! Because I am a wild and crazy
Dude, did you guys see the recent special he did with Martin Short?
Hilarious, man.
Guys are still just a fucking tour de force.
How are we on time?
We just started.
Oh, I see. All we ask is you love us and like us as well. We're desperate for attention and we're needy as hell. All we ask is you want us. We'll give you our thanks.
They're both brilliant as can be, man.
Brilliant. Yeah. Oh, when I said earlier that certain people hit that stage and command a presence, and you're like, dude, both of those guys are great examples of that, man. They're just Steve Martin is
I mean, they're still on top of their games.
Oh, the bit with the fucking arrow through his head back in, the banjo. And he's a brilliant banjo player. He does it for fun, but he is a phenomenal musician.
I'm a rambling guy.
He's a solid, well-rounded actor too. But I mean, there's something about his just timing and delivery, even in like the rom-coms, Father of the Bride, like him bugging out in the supermarket. That's hilarious,
dude. Yes, L.A. Story when he's ordering the coffee, and oh my god, dude, he's just fucking great, man. He's so great.
My God,
he plays a waiter at a restaurant in the original Muppet movie.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Well, talk to me, Blake. I know he's big on your list too. So.
I mean, I just that was the first time I'd ever seen comedy like that. That was kind of physical, kind of silly, but just completely different. Like, just out of control, man. Like, he's a hard one to pin down because no one else has been able to copy him at all.
Right. Well, and people have tried. Someone in studio earlier referred to him as perhaps the godfather of prop comedy, and I feel like that's just a short sell, but not necessarily inaccurate, though. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, but it is a short sell. He wasn't just a prop comic.
It's kind of fun for me to see the people in the audience with the amateur model arrow through their head. This, of course, is the professional model. Made in Germany, cost $150.
Yeah, for sure. But
isn't.
Yeah, it isn't, right. Carrot Top didn't make our list for a reason. You know what I mean?
Dude. Top 10 weirdest looking motherfuckers. That's Carrot Top.
Oh, dude, don't say
he is a very handsome woman.
I wouldn't say it to his face these days, though, man. Have you seen him recently? That's a big boy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say that, as I get a good running start so I can get away. From my
He's a big boy. He's not running real fast.
That's hilarious, man. But Steve Martin, dude, what a great. I'm so happy he's on our list, man. That dude is a lifetime. I've literally worshipped him for my lifetime. So good stuff. All right, well, we are going to go out of country again for this one, man. We talked about Jimmy Carr didn't make the list, but a great. I believe he's Australian, right? Jim Jeffries, Australian, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Jim Jeffries, dude.
Sometimes when I'm fucking a chick, I go to fuck them again in the morning and they'll say something like this. No. When we fucked last night, it was a little bit dry and now I'm sore. Now, to any woman who said something similar to this, may I say, your problem. My job was to get an erection. Your job was to get your hole wet. Didn't you get your hole wet? We both had things to do. See, if I don't get an erection during sex, I'm called impotent. But a dry hole is the same as a flaccid penis. A dry hole is an impotent hole, and you're not a complete woman, and you should be ashamed of yourself. But women don't take responsibility for the dry hole. If I go to fuck a chick tonight and I get too drunk, which I will, and I go to fuck a chick and I don't get an erection, she'll go back to friends and go, oh, I went to fuck that Jim Jeffries, he couldn't get an erection. But if I go to fuck a chick and she doesn't get wet, she'll go back to her friends and go, I fucked Jim Jeffries, he didn't even get me wet. Do you see the problem there? I'm in charge of everything.
Oh my God. Talk about a guy with no filter and vulnerability. The first stand-up I ever saw with him, he talked about putting a vibrating egg up his butt so he could fucking masturbate. That was like, this was like a small, like, you know, bit, but he like right away like told this story and it was hilarious.
Yeah, he definitely has no fear.
None.
At all.
And that's one of my favorite things about him. That dude does not give a fuck.
And his confidence. And it should be brimming because his delivery is fucking great.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be nice to have one day that was for men and for fathers and all that type of stuff that didn't cost anything, that everyone could participate in, right? I've got it, right? April 18th. Anal Sex Day. It's good, isn't it? Everyone's girlfriend or wife has to take it in the arse on April 18th. It's nice. A month before, you'd be walking around the shopping centre going, oh, the decorations are up. And it's good, because if your bird didn't take it in the arse, you could do the same thing that women do on Valentine's Day when they don't get a gift. You could go like, oh, my mate Jason, his wife took it in the arse twice. Yeah, obviously they're more connected than we are. I'm thinking, I don't do much merchandise after my shows and stuff, but I'm thinking of bringing out some April 18th t-shirts. Not even putting Jim Jeffries on them or anything. Just t-shirts that say April 18th. Because it's good, right? You're in a bar, you're a guy, you see a friend at the guy at the other end of the bar with an April 18th and you... Fucking friends for life, right? But even better, you see a girl with an April 18th t-shirt.
Yeah, he's really good,
dude. His Comedy Central show, the talk show is hilarious. His stand-up is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
That little, I don't know if you guys saw, he did that short-lived series.
I loved it.
His stand-up comedy bit about trying to get his buddy laid became a short-lived series, which was fucking brilliant.
Yeah. That's how I got introduced to Nick. Showed me that.
The whole
brilliant.
The whole bit on the airplane about the middle gets the hump, you know, you get extra leg room, and he the gay guy that wouldn't give up the room was like, he did that whole, I saw him do that whole stand-up bit and I was laughing my ass off, and then seeing it actually acted out brilliantly.
Zora, you don't know plane etiquette. Window gets an armrest and a wall. Middle gets 2 armrests. Aisle gets an armrest and a little bit of extra leg. We're not animals. We live in a society.
He's got a point. Sorry, man. I didn't know.
Will you move your elbow?
I was like, dude, this is great. It's like, you bitch.
Yeah.
They brought that
awesome.
to life great, man. They really did.
It was awesome when he had I think maybe it was on his show or something. He had Kerry King on, and he was like trying to say like how ugly Kerry King is, but he still gets laid because he's, you know,
Kerry King.
Kerry, you're not what one would call an attractive fellow. Is that fair to say?
That would be more than fair, Jim.
Yet you have had sex with hundreds of desirable women in your life.
At the risk of bragging, I have, Jim.
And what is your secret to sexual success, Kerry?
Well, I learned to play the guitar, Jim.
Thank you, Kerry King of Slayer. And there you have it, incels.
Right. Yeah, Jeffrey's a metalhead, by the way, yeah.
So, yeah, funny. So, side story, Kerry King, the guy that did my music tattoo, Jack Brown from Fight with Rob Halford.
Oh, yeah.
And he does all Kerry King's tattoos, too, so.
Oh, yeah.
Just an interesting segue.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I made him do my music tattoo because I thought, is better fit to do it than someone who's been in the scene.
And your name is Jammin John, so that's JJ. You tied it all in, man.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's a small world.
There it is.
I like
The
it.
inception of the Jays.
Well, all right. Well, now next on our list is a lightning rod of sorts, since some of recent events have taken place. Louis C.K., my friends.
Because we have, like, up till now, we have white people problems in America. That's what we have. White people problems. You know what that is? That's where your life is amazing, so you just make shit up to be upset about. People in other countries have real problems, like, oh shit, they're cutting off all our heads today. Things like that. Here we make shit up to be upset about, like, how come I have to choose a language on the ATM machine? It's bullshit. I shouldn't have to do that. I'm American. God, the shit we bitch about. I called American Airlines and I got a Pakistani lady. And she was in Pakistan. Only people near my fat white body should have jobs. I'll tell you what, though. When I call American Airlines and I get the Pakistani lady, I hang up and I call again. I do. I'm going to tell you honestly. And it's not because I don't like her, and it's not because she doesn't speak English, because she speaks way better than I do. She's just a better person. It's so clear. And I know, here's why I don't like talking to her, because I know she doesn't give a shit about me and my white people problems. I want to talk to the lady from Texas who's, well, how can I help you? That's the lady I want. I just know that. Hello, American. Oh, fuck, you don't care. There's no way. Why would you? I'm in my underwear. Hi, I have a layover in Dallas that's really long. And I was wondering if... She's like, oh, really? I haven't had a clean glass of water in 10 years, okay? 2 of my kids died this morning. I still came to work, you fat shit. I can hear you're fat over the phone. Why don't you hang up and kill yourself? Why would she care?
I love his comedy.
I do. I really do. I love his comedy. It's a shame that he, can't act right. But
and I mentioned it earlier, like a lot of comedians when they have kids or get married, they kind of grow up a little bit. He never, aside from the masturbating in people's faces or whatever he did, he never really lost his edge as far as the stand-up went. I mean, when you call your 6-year-old daughter a cunt.
The other kid we have is, she's a girl and she's 4, and she's also a fucking asshole. It's true, man. I'm serious. I say that with no remorse. Fucking asshole. She's a douchebag. She is. Fucking jerk.
Yeah, man.
No shit, brother.
But the whole thing that happened with him, like, I got to give him credit for coming right out and owning up to it. You know?
Yeah,
that's true. Because a lot of people don't do that.
It's kind of since gone away. Like, he didn't diffuse the situation. Like, yep, I did it. I was an asshole.
Here's some advice that really only I can give you. Here's my advice. If you ever ask somebody, can I jerk off in front of you? Just let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. Fuck. Okay. If you ever ask somebody, may I jerk off in front of you? And they say yes. Just say, are you sure? That's the first part. And then if they say yes, just don't fucking do it. Just don't do it. Because look, whatever you're into, okay? Because everybody's got their thing. Whatever your thing is, I don't know. You all have your thing. I don't know what your thing is. You're so fucking lucky that I don't know what your thing is. Do you understand how lucky you are? That people don't know your fucking thing, because everybody knows my thing. Everybody knows my fucking thing now.
And I mean, it came off more creepy than anything else. So I think the fact that it wasn't like super criminal really at least helped people kind of move on. But again, like, his comedy is fucking brilliant. I mean, he was also like a huge joke writer too. Like, he was the guy that people would hit up a lot.
Right, yeah.
His on-the-spot observational comedy was amazing.
Now we we have this, which is amazing. We have these phones that you can call in an airstrike. You can look at the top of your own head. It's amazing, this shit, and it's wasted on the shittiest generation of piece of shit assholes that ever fucking lived. I swear to God, we are. We're the worst people so far. Because we have this beautiful thing and we hate it. We're just, never saw a person going, look at what my phone can do. Nobody does that. They all go, this fucking thing sucks. I can't get it to think. Give it a second, would you? Could you give it a second? It's going to space. Can you give it a second to get back from space? Is the speed of light too slow for you, you non-contributing product sponge cunt? Can you just wait? Can you just take a little breath? Just wait for that picture of Axl Rose to get on your phone. Like it even fucking mattered what you were doing. Like it was even important. We're all just so mad. I hate my phone sucks. No, it doesn't. It's amazing. The shittiest cell phone in the world is a miracle. Your life sucks around the phone. Why are you so mad at it? People say the craziest shit. I hate Verizon. What are you talking about? How can that feeling exist? I hate Verizon. Why? Did they fire you and take away your pension? No, just a couple of times it was weird for a second. Hate them.
And I mean, I imagine it still is. I don't think he's probably dulled, in fact, anything with the recent stuff that's happening.
I haven't watched anything recent, but I went back and, of course, watched a bunch of his old stuff.
Oh, I encourage you. He's got a brand new one that came out at the end of 2020, if you haven't seen it. He's very forthright. He talks about what happened and everything. It's fucking hilarious, man.
There's a lot of shit on this list I'm going to check out later. So.
Oh, he's like, hey, how's you guys last year been?
How was your last couple of years? How was 2018 and 19 for you guys? Anybody else get in global amounts of trouble? Anybody else? Fuck. That was crazy.
So,
It's like when Herman got busted and he said, has anyone heard any good jokes lately?
Right, exactly. Come out and own it, brother. All right, next comedian, though. But I'm closing on Louis C.K., though. I do have to say, every single stand-up comedian special of his is top shelf. There's no weakness. From fucking being potentially hooked on duck vaginas to fucking hating on the bitch in the line in the bank. I think he's fantastic.
Hey, this is interesting. The other day, a guy told me to suck a bag of dicks. That was interesting. I never heard that before. Total stranger told me to suck a bag of dicks. A whole bag of them. He was angry. He didn't just, suck a bag of dicks like a greeting. Oh, suck a bag of dicks to you too, sir. Thank you very much. Yes. It's a lovely day for sucking several bags of dicks. No, what happened was I cut him off in traffic. It was just one of those things where I had to get in and no one was in my car to judge me and I just fucking, I just decided he's not me, so I don't care what happens to him and I just cut him off. It's just a shitty thing to do. And it was bad because he was coming fast because he didn't imagine in a million years someone could be that big of an asshole. And so when I did it, he had to slam on his brakes and his dog went poof in the windshield. It was really very bad. Very bad. And the worst part is when you cut people off, they don't vanish. They're behind you now. So I'm looking back and he's like, fucking ass! He's so mad! And he keeps trying to get next to me because he just wants to see my fucking face. He's like, I gotta see this cocksucker now. I gotta see the fucking face of the piece of shit that just did that to me. And I keep cutting him off because I don't want him to see. I'm ashamed of what I did. Nope, you don't. Finally, we get to a red light, and I gotta face him. Only because there's a car in front of me, otherwise I would have fucking blown right through there. But there he is, just fucking furious, and I'm like, I know, it was awful, I shouldn't have done it. And I'm not mad, I was wrong, why would I be mad? And he's like, fuck you! And then he starts going like this because he wants me to roll my window down like I'm supposed to take part in my own abuse during this argument, you know. Well, I'm sorry, I don't want to miss this. What do you have to say about me, yes? How rude of me to shut out your anger with my... So I did, I rolled it down, I'm interested. And he goes, hey, asshole! And I'm like, yeah? He says, suck a bag of dicks! And then he drove away. And I was kind of sad that he drove away because I had a lot of questions.
Yep.
Hopefully we'll see him return. That shit cost him roughly $50 million. So.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Had a movie being made with Charlie Day that got canceled, all that shit. But anyway. Our next comedian got multiple votes, man, and he is another one that's a pioneer in many ways, man, and that's Stephen Wright, dude. Stephen Wright is fucking hilarious, often copied, never fucking, yeah, there you go, baby, look.
For this girl I was seeing, we had conflicting attitudes. I really wasn't into meditation. She really wasn't into being alive. I told her I knew when I was going to die because my birth certificate has an expiration date on it. And I headed for the highway and began hitching. Within 3 minutes, I got picked up by one of those huge trailer trucks carrying 20 brand new cars. Climbed up the side of the cab and they opened the door and the guy said, I didn't have much room in here. Why don't you get in one of the cars and back? So I did. He's really into picking up people because he picked up 19 more. We all had our own cars. Then he went 90 miles an hour. We all got speeding tickets. Sometimes you can't hear me, it's because sometimes I'm in parentheses. I bought some powdered water, but I don't know what to add. I'm saving the money, though, because I'm planning a trip to Spain, so I bought an album that teaches you the language. You put the album on, you put headphones on, you learn the language while you're sleeping. During the night, the record skipped. I got up the next day, I could only stutter in Spanish.
None drier.
The
Hera of comedy.
And this came into my store, too, and he is exactly like that. Like,
Where's this awesome store where people come in?
Yeah, no kidding.
It was at O'Hare Airport. It was a store, like an electronics store, and every so often you get celebrities and comedians and musicians, and so yeah.
Steve Wright made my list, but I thought it was unfair because I'm a much bigger Hedberg fan, and to me, Hedberg took Steve Wright.
I should have thought of Hedberg for my list.
I mean, they're very similar in their delivery and the dryness.
Yeah.
But Stephen Wright is somehow drier than Mitch Hedberg.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he is.
I love that.
So I'm laying there and she says to me, let me ask you this. And I said, what? And she said, if you could know how and when you were going to die, would you want to know? And I said, no. She said, forget it then. So I get out of the bed. I figured I'd go for a walk. She said, how long are you going to be gone? I said, the whole time. And I'm walking down the street and I see a staple to a telephone pole poster. It says, reward, lost $50. If found, just keep it. It's a good thing there's gravity, otherwise when birds died, they'd just stay right up there. Hunters would be all confused. Imagine if birds were tickled by feathers. See a bird fly by laughing hysterically. I have an air conditioner in the window of my house. Last summer I turned it around the other way. I turned it off full blast and it got cold out. Watched the weather that night. They said it was supposed to be warm. I don't understand. And I was like this.
It's another reason I'm such a big Bill Murray fan.
Yeah.
That dry delivery.
I've met him too.
Tig
Bill Murray? Oh,
the reason I love Tig Notaro is because of Stephen Wright's humor, his delivery. Like, how dry can you make it? Don't even emote a damn thing. Just say whatever hilarious thing.
Sometimes when I'm over someone's house and no one's in the kitchen, I like to write things on that to-do list they have on their refrigerator. Memorize distances to all other planets. Adopt a baby, then sell on black market.
Yeah, Hedberg, who we'll get to, did take the ball and run with it for sure.
Yeah.
And there's a couple
I
guys
almost
out
didn't
there.
want to mention it
This has
because
been
of that.
in every house I've ever lived in for the last 2 decades. I love Bill Murray.
Fuck yeah, me too.
Love Bill Murray.
He's a god.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
But you know, that guy who voices one of the characters on Bob's Burgers has kind of similar delivery. These Dan, I forget his last name, Dan something, but
Dan Mintz.
Dan Mintz.
Yeah, Dan Mintz. Yep.
One thing I learned recently is when you go on airplane, don't hide your weed in a gun.
That's kind of become a subculture within comedy, even, is that real dry thing. But Stephen Wright is the godfather for it, for sure.
I remember when I was a fetus, I used to sneak out at night when my mother was sleeping. Thinking about my grandfather and how he had a special rocking chair built that would lean forward rather than backwards so he could fake interest in any conversation.
And John,
yeah,
Benjamin, too. John Benjamin's got a real dry delivery that I love too.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Good shit, man. Stephen Wright. Well, now comes our next female on the list, man. And I know many people that would put this name spot center #1 on their list, and for good reason. Joan Rivers with a career that spanned decades and decades and decades.
Oh, in those days, there were good girls and bad. Double standard, remember that? Which used to kill me. A man could sleep around and sleep around. Nobody asked any questions, am I right? A woman, you made 19, 20 mistakes. Right away, you were a tramp. Oh, yes! So unfair! Oh. I had a friend, Heidi Abramowitz. I mean, when I tell you, you talk about, oh, tramp? The girl used chapstick on her thighs. I have never, it was just... Her idea of an evening gown was a sheet. I mean, I just can't tell. At the age of 12, she had welcome aboard written on her underwear. It was just... And I met her recently, and you know, and she went to a class reunion. She looked exactly the same, a couple of tattoos, but otherwise, and I said, hi, Heidi, what are you up to? She said, $100. It is just, And you know what? You know who the biggest tramps are, by the way? Nurses. Yeah. Oh, grow up. RN stands for ready now. If you don't know that,
oh, please. Tramps. And, you know, when she started, man, people weren't super hip on women doing comedy, and then they kind of had to work clean. And she did not.
No.
She refused. Her story is amazing.
Yes.
I mean, she would talk about, like, you know, her labia, like, in the 70s.
A lot of men smoke after making love. My husband smokes during. Had the nerve to ask me for a light. I said, get it yourself from the dashboard. I am busy. I mean, I am no sex. Rapists have tapped me on the shoulder, said, seen any girls. It is, the worst. Because I get philosophical, right? Because I was a philosophy major in college. And I like to think of my sex life kind of as a piece of Swiss cheese. You know? Most of it's missing, and the part that's there stinks. It is, yes! Isn't that a good thought? And what upsets me is I am again from the generation where you didn't fool around openly. You know what I mean? My husband claims before marriage he had a great sex life, which I tend to believe, because we'll still be in bed to this day. 14 years we'll be in bed, right? He'll hear a thunder and lightning storm outside. He'll sit up and scream, I'll buy those negatives. Johns, yeah. Hitsville. My parents started there. My father started there, yeah. Now I'm from Larchmont, which is very strange. All Jews and Catholics. I went, all Jewish Catholic high school. Our Lady of Perpetual Guilt. That's where I went. It was just... The team cheer was, it could be worse, it could be worse. Did you ever go to a Jewish Italian high school? The cheerleaders had more hair on their face than the football team. It was just,
Right, that's a comedian that, like, I had her on my list too, but, like, I would love to find out more about her life. I mean, she seems so fascinating.
The shit she overcame, she had razor sharp wit. I've heard her called the female Don Rickles, which I feel like that's also not inaccurate, but a short sell, similar to what, you know.
Yeah, she had a lot more depth than that.
So much more, man.
Very
and she
smart.
was, right, super smart, man.
I was a fat child. Not ugly so much, but like fat, you know? Like fat. Like I was my own buddy at camp. You know, that's they go, buddies, my hands would go up. And because I was so fat, I didn't have any friends, because nobody could get close enough to me to find out I was fun. So I began to retreat very much into myself. And my parents spotted this. My parents are very intelligent, sensitive parents. And my father said, the lump is turning strange.
That's the thing I really like. She was, she could be as vulgar as hell, but she was smart. She was like, pretty much right on everything. And yeah, if you fucked with her, she'd just cut you to ribbons with her words. And that was always fun to watch too.
Right.
And I'll go to my grave believing she should have been Johnny Carson's successor. So.
Oh, I agree 100%.
I agree too.
Here's Joan Rivers.
But my husband and I no longer see eye to eye. He doesn't find me sexually attractive anymore, okay? You want to know the truth? Last night I said to him, do you find me sexy? He said, I'd rather not find you at all. It reaches a point. I said to him, what's your favorite sexual position? He said, next door. My sex life is so pewy. Muhammad Ali has been on his back more often than I have the last couple of months.
100%.
That's,
You know,
I'd agree.
They brought in the Chin. I think he's a dipshit. Speaking of comedians I don't like, I have never cared for him. Yeah.
Jay Leno was my favorite comedian when I was like 10 or 11.
Yeah, right.
That's
accurate.
That's like
he's a very safe comedian.
Yeah. Perfect age for his comedy.
How about shut up?
If you still go back and look at episodes of the Johnny Carson show that Joan Rivers hosted in his absence, brilliant stuff. All right. Well, let's stay in that vein of Joan Rivers, man, and kind of kick around that era a little more. I've heard him referred to the king of one-liners. He's in my favorite movie of all time, one of them, Rodney fucking Dangerfield, baby.
Now, I'll tell you, I'm all right now, but last week I was a rough shape, you know? Last week I made love to an inflatable girl. Now I got an inflatable guy looking for me. I tell you what, girls, I never had any luck. I'm not a sexy guy. My dog found out we look alike. He killed himself. Oh, I know I'm not sexy. In high school, I was voted most likely to masturbate. That's okay. You kidding? And my wife, she didn't help either, my wife. She was afraid of the dark. She saw me naked. Now she's afraid of the light. Well, my wife, I never get a break. We made a rule we only smoke after sex. I got the same pack now since 1975. And my wife, she's up to 3 packs a day. It's all right, okay. That's all right, baby, all right. That's okay. Look, are you kidding? My wife, she told me I was 1 in a million. I found out she was right. That's the story of my life. No respect. I don't get no respect at all. You kidding? No respect at all. You kidding? No respect at all. Well, when I was a kid, Halloween, my old man dressed me as a Hydra and took me to the dog show. What a childhood I had. My whole family were drunks. When I was missing, they put my picture in a bottle of scotch. What a childhood. My uncle's dying wish, he wanted me on his lap. He was in the electric chair. That's all right. We'll work it out. We'll work it out. That's all right.
You want to earn $14 the hard way?
Someone step on a duck?
No one's better than Rodney, man. And this,
Yeah.
you know, you were talking about Carson, like when he would sit down with Carson and just, you know, Carson knew what to expect, but just constantly riff. He'd never like, Carson would be like, well, why is that? Well, you know, tell me about the dinner last night. Like, he just nonstop.
Well, you know, my father, he was a workaholic.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You mentioned work, he got drunk.
I didn't know.
When I finally solved my drinking problem, I joined Alcoholics Anonymous. You know? Yeah, I still drink. I use a different name, that's all. Good job. Good job. Now, I tell you, my problem is I drink too much, way too much.
Yeah.
I get my doctor a urine specimen. There was an olive in it.
Yeah, dude.
I've never seen a comic kind of just do that. Like, just like riff on the spot, like talking like Leo, like late night, and there's no breaks, there's no cuts, no edits. He's just doing it. And I was like, what sort of fucking brain does that?
I mean, I'm not a sexy guy. Every time I go to a health spa, I get sympathetic looks from guys with big dicks. Well, this morning when I put on my underwear, I could hear the Fruit of the Loom guys giggling. You kidding? A cop arrested me for flashing, took me to small claims court. You kidding? I know I'm not sexy. I mean, a girl saw me naked. She asked me if there was a finder's fee. Oh, I had sex with one girl. She broke her birth control pill in half, you know. Forget about it. We have to tell the whole story. I remember I said to her, let's go for the whole 9 yards. She said, let's be accurate. We'll go for the 1.5 inches. That's sexy. You kid, I was with a hooker. I dropped my pants. She dropped her price. I'm telling you what's that, all right? You know when you're not sexy, all right? I went to a nude beach. They told me to park in a handicap section. I found out in Chinese my name means come quick. When I was 10 years old, they gave me the bad news. I had smallpox.
Good old Rodney, man. And again, we're talking about stand-up comedians, and any list that you're talking, what the impact he made on the scene cannot be measured. Literally, the comedians he discovered.
Yeah, I mean, he's responsible for so much stuff.
He's responsible for an era of it. I mean, literally an era. It's insane. You know, everyone from Bob Saget to Roseanne to everybody, you know.
Say hello to Andrew Dice Clay. Okay, here we go now. Hey, Andrew. Hey. All right. Here he is, Bill Hicks. Bill, hey, baby, here we are. Dom Irera. Okay, make him happy, huh? I love you, baby. All right, Dom. All right, give it up now for Tim Allen. Okay, here we go. All right, Tim, here we go, baby. All right. Anyway, he's really great. Here he is, Jeff Foxworthy. Okay, make him happy. Here, Jeff. Here we are, baby. All right. All right, well, say boy, here you are, baby. But I'll tell you, in this thing called showbiz, he's one of the guys who's coming up real fast. He's really great. Jerry Seinfeld. All right, here we go. Make him happy, won't you? Bob Saget. How about it? All right, Bobby, here we are now.
All right, so next, let's move on here. This is one who has a special place in my heart. I can't help but wonder where his voice would be today if he was still with us.
Yeah, no shit.
Bill Hicks, man.
There is good news for smokers. I'm sure y'all have noticed. Surgeon General's warnings are different on the sides of each pack. That's pretty cool. Mine say, Surgeon General's warning, cigarette smoking may cause fetal injury or premature birth. Hey, fuck it. Just don't get the ones that say lung cancer, you know? It is your body. You should shop around, I think. I can live with low birth weight, you know? I think that's nice. The cigarette companies come out with different types of diseases. You find the one you can live with. Continue to smoke. It's like, what are you smoking, Tom? Throat polyps. I'm going to stick with my yellow fingernails, buddy. Thank you. I can live with yellow fingernails. I know guys do take breakups hard. I was reading about Vincent van Gogh. You know what he did? Cut off his ear, sent it to the girl that left him. Yeah, that makes a dozen roses look like a booger, doesn't it? Damn, Vince. You sure she's the one? Vince, think about it. Vince is going, what? Was that Susie? Did she call back? What? talk to Vince no more, man.
Dude, Bill Hicks, there was something about him that there is a storyteller. And he was kind of like the counterculture storyteller. Like, you know, I remember actually, like, one of the first things I ever heard from him was courtesy of Anima, Tools Anima, the whole...
See, I think drugs have done some good things for us. I really do. And if you don't believe drugs have done good things for us, do me a favor. Go home tonight, take all your albums, all your tapes, and all your CDs and burn them. Because you know what? The musicians who made all that great music that's enhanced your lives throughout the years, real fucking high on drugs.
Amazing.
Now that you mention it, I'd even like, there's definitely, you get, Stanhope gets some Bill Hicks vibes too.
Sure.
Yep.
You know,
Without question. And another guy that if you want to have some fun watching him rip apart some hecklers on YouTube for a while, let me tell you.
Oh, dude, he was like almost criminal.
They suck. This is not my opinion. I can prove this on a fucking Etch-a-Sketch.
His the documentary about him was absolutely fascinating. I was hooked all throughout it. And he had just such an interesting demeanor, and like the stuff he talked about, like it wasn't like the standard stuff, because this was like what, like late 80s, early 90s when he was really starting to gain steam.
Right.
And it was kind of like during this period where you got a lot of Jerry Seinfeld horse shit.
Right. And he was so real. Right.
Yeah.
I don't do drugs. I want to thank management for offering, but I said no. And when I say no, it means how much and can I get some more? No, it means no, and I mean that, unless you're giving it away. No, it means no. And can I also get some lubes to come down later? No, it means, seriously, it means no. Is the bar open? Oh, okay, no, it means, let's see how I used to do drugs. I had no luck with drugs, man. One time, me and 3 friends dropped acid, drove around in my dad's car. He has one of those talking cars. We're tripping, and the car goes, "The door is ajar." We pulled over and thought about that for 12 hours, man. Shit, how can a door be ajar? Oh, shit, why would they put a jar on a car? Oh, shit, the freeway's melting. Got pulled over tripping once. Woo, there's a dream come true. I'll match that to any drunk story you got. Pulled over tripping. Jesus. Cop was tapping on this window. We're staring at him in this mirror over here. How tall are you?
Oh.
I love that.
Bill Hicks is at the lip of the stage, screaming at a woman like right where you are. And he's going, "I'm a fucking poet! I'm a fucking poet!"
His bit was famously...
Seems like he didn't give a fuck.
At all, yeah. His bit was famously left off of the David Letterman show, which they posthumously aired, and it was brilliant. Many people, including Bill Hicks himself, thought that was kind of that was the thing that was going to put him over the edge. And you know, you can't help but wonder, maybe it would have been.
Yeah.
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 Such an unfortunate early end. Another guy we lost way too soon, man. And the line of Greg Giraldo, too, because smart, very just smart guy. You know, I still play his bit about it's all just a ride, man. You know.
Yep, me too.
The world is like a ride at an amusement park, and when you choose to go on it, you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. And the ride goes up and down and round and round. It has thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. Some people have been on the ride for a long time, and they begin to question, is this real, or is this just a ride? And other people have remembered, and they come back to us, and they say, hey, don't worry, don't be afraid, ever, because this is just a ride. And we kill those people. Shut him up. We have a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. Look at my furrows of worry. Look at my big bank account and my family. This has to be real. It's just a ride. But we always kill those good guys who try and tell us that. You ever notice that? And let the demons run amok? But it doesn't matter because it's just a ride. And we can change it anytime we want. It's only a choice. No effort, no work, no job, no savings of money. A choice right now between fear and love. The eyes of fear want you to put bigger locks on your door, buy guns, close yourself off. The eyes of love instead see all of us as one. Here's what we can do to change the world right now to a better ride. Take all that money we spend on weapons and defense each year and instead spend it feeding, clothing, and educating the poor of the world, which it would many times over, not one human being excluded, and we can explore space together, both inner and outer, forever.
Me too. Yep. I was going to mention that, but there you go.
I got another bill coming up next for you. We're all into the bills, you guys.
It's Cosby, I'm hanging up.
No. Like, calm down. Just have a little bit of this little drink of me.
I'll just give you something to drink. You'll be all right. Yeah. Dude, yeah, Cosby didn't make our list, actually. I wonder why. But anyway, Bill Burr, man.
Let me ask you a question. How many of those white people are evil movies are they going to make? It's like it's all the way down to swimming. You know? I'm starting to run out of white guilt, you know? No, it's like those movies. They started off unbelievable. Started off with Roots, right? White guilt was at an all-time high. I could barely even watch it. I'm like, dude, I got it. My ancestors are evil, okay? Please turn the channel, dude. Please turn the channel. They're still hitting them. Fuck, turn the channel. This is gonna be on all week? Jesus Christ, turn the channel. Then in the 80s, there was like a football movie. Then like Cuba Gooding wanted to be like a scuba diver. Remember that shit? And now it's all the way down to swimming. And I gotta admit, I don't think I give a fuck.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, quick wit once again. The yelling delivery, I mean, he kind of appeals to everyone that's just pissed off at anything. And I love that.
Yeah, exactly.
He's in that same vein as Jim Jeffries.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just without the Australian accent. Just goes for it.
There's no fear with him either. It's just like, yeah I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want. I don't care.
Black dudes with dirty sneakers scare the fucking shit out of me. No. I figured out in my head, because I know from hanging out with them, that's the last shit that they're gonna let go, the immediate shit that they have on. So I think, you know, if his sneakers are fucked up, that means his life is fucked up. Every time he leaves his building, the whole neighborhood, oh, shit!
He's one of the angriest comedians I could think of.
Yeah, oh, he's angry. He's an angry
raging ginger.
Yeah. Well, and I love that he attacks the right, he attacks the left equally, which, you know, I always I hate them both myself, so I always am in favor for that.
Douche and a turd.
You know, and I love the bit where he's like, you can never hit a woman ever.
There is no reason to hit a woman. And I was just like, really? I could give you like 17 right off the top of my head. You could wake me from a drunken stupor, I could still give you like 9. Dude, there's plenty of reasons to hit a woman. You just don't do it. But to sit there and suggest that there's no reason. Dude, the level of ego behind that statement. What are you, levitating above the rest of us? You're never annoying? Women, how many times have you thought about slapping your fucking guy in the head this week? There you go. Every day. You didn't do it, right? Oh, dude, it drives me nuts. There's no reason. There's no reason. Really? No reason? How about this? You marry a girl, you fall in love, you buy her a house. You go to work every day, paying off the house. You come home one day, she's banging the next door neighbor, hands you divorce papers. You got to move out, sleep on a futon, and still pay for that house that she's going to stay in. No reason. I'm not saying you should do it, but there's plenty of fucking reasons in that arc of a story.
I'm going to do a whole bit on that shit, you know, like that's his style, and I love that about him.
One of my favorite bits was him talking about, you know, like people freaking out, you know, like, well, you know, I just can't imagine not existing, you know, the whole religious, and there needs to be an afterlife. It's like, well, you remember that time before you were born? It's just like that.
Just like that. You go back to it.
We need a plague. I'm telling you, we need a plague. It's got to happen, and don't be afraid. It's only gonna kill the weak, you know? Seriously, put on a sweater, take some vitamins. You're gonna be fine. You gotta let Mother Nature do her thing, man. She keeps trying to help us out, and we won't let her do it. Keeps trying to thin the herd every single time. We're like, oh, go down and get your vaccination. Why? Why? So Egg McMuffin lady can breed with the back fat guy, you know?
He's a big fan of Meshuggah.
Oh, yes.
Yes, he is.
I'm glad you said that. A big Slayer fan also, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, Miller and I were just talking, if Thralls ever does a Meshuggah ranking, which I'm sure we will at some point, we're going to reach out to Bill Burr and see what happens.
Fuck yeah, man. You could do worse things.
Right.
Did we get it right?
You could do worse things.
Right?
So, Blake, when is your speaking tour in the Henry Rollins vein? When do we?
Yeah.
Next
I
Tuesday?
did do stand-up once, and I played a character. I called it Red Foxworthy. And it talked like Red Fox. And I thought I had a good solid 7 minutes, and it was about a minute and a half.
Oh, I would
So
I will pay you for that footage.
Man, no, thank God. There's no footage. It was one of those things where a buddy of mine, the owner of the auto bar, talked me into doing it while I had a couple cocktails, and I forgot.
Oh,
so he's like, "You're showing up, right?" I'm like, "Fuck." So yeah, nothing like that.
I've always wanted to do it. I just don't have talent. So
what you're dealing with is a total lack of talent.
Moving on. No,
it's a spirit. I agree with that.
There you go. All right. Well, number 7 on our list is a near and dear one to my heart. I'm not going to lie. He was a guy who was very out there with his depression issues and his comedy, both comedic, acting, all that. Robin Williams, man. Good old Robin Williams we lost not too long ago.
Boxing was the same, and then Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson comes along and bites somebody. Let's get ready to nibble! And all these guys go, oh, dear God, he bit somebody. I'm saying, you're lucky he just bit somebody. Mike just got out of prison. You're lucky he didn't fuck him. Come on. You bite somebody in jail, it's like, get ready, bitch, you're mine now. Break it up when I'm finished. Because Mike said to a journalist, I'm going to fuck you till you love me. And at that point, I'm going, someone didn't come here to box, baby. And Mike said, I'm on Zoloft, so I don't kill you motherfuckers. I'm going up the dosage, Mike. But there's all these drugs, Zoloft, Prozac. I want to have one drug encompassing it all. Call it fuck it all. I don't feel anything. I don't want to do anything. Fuck it all. The closest thing to a coma you'll ever be. Fuck it all. I'm sitting here in my own dung. Fuck it all. But the scary thing about drugs like that is they always have some horrible side effect, like may cause artificial insemination. What? What do you mean? Like there's a product called Olestra, which is a very strange thing. Olestra, what is that? You know, it said on the little side of the chips, it said, may cause anal leakage. That's not a side effect. If my ass is going... I think that's an effect, really. I think if it's fire in the hole, bad day. If you're going, how you doing, Bob? Oh, just a little anal leakage, Ted. Bob, you want to get out of the pool right now?
I thought he was brilliant and different, but for some reason he always irked the shit out of me.
Whoa, okay.
Like,
give me more,
not
give
a
me
fan
more.
at all.
Wow,
Not
give
a
me
fan
more.
at all.
I mean, let's be honest. People on cocaine are typically annoying. I mean,
I've seen those early stand-ups.
We're talking about how cocaine basically affects you. There's also something called freebasing. It's not free. It costs you your house. It should be called home basing. Here's a little warning sign if you have a cocaine problem. First of all, if you come home to your house, you have no furniture, and your cat's going, I'm out of here, prick. Warning. Number 2, if you have this dream where you're doing cocaine in your sleep and you can't fall asleep, and you're doing cocaine in your sleep and you can't fall asleep, and you wake up and you're doing cocaine, bingo. Number 3, if on your tax form it says $50,000 for snacks, mayday. You got yourself a cocaine problem, smartass.
But I mean, his stand-ups were excellent. He was such a good actor, and it's interesting how much of a family man he could play in movies, and then you watch his stand-up, and you're like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah, I won't disagree with any of that.
Like,
Well, Blake, I have to ask you, what was it exactly that endearing quality that people love him for? Is that what you hate him for, sir?
No, I just like this, like I don't know, man. Like hey, it's Hitler, Kermit Schwarzenegger. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
All right. It'll get funny soon. Don't be afraid. I like people sitting there going, interesting. We got it.
Like,
Sometimes
I will agree with everything that John said, though. I mean, it's like a fantastic actor. He's funny. It's just like, I love Gilbert Gottfried. Some people can't stand his voice. I can't stand
Gilbert Gottfried, too.
Right. I can't stand Robin Williams' voice at all. Like, it's like nails on the chalkboard.
Wow. No kidding. Okay.
Your hair is blowing in the wind, and the window isn't even open. You're that stone. You turn on the radio. Yeah, you understand everything. Yeah. Suddenly on the radio, man stoned on freeway. How do they know? How do they know? God damn it. I'm okay. I'm fine. Suddenly in the rearview mirror, red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue. How patriotic. Yeah. Shit, the police. Eat everything in the ashtray. Eat everything in the ashtray. Oh, God, oh, pull it over, pull it over. All of a sudden you start rehearsing. What seems to be the problem, officer? What seems to be the problem, officer? What seems to be the problem? I'm fine. What seems to be the problem? Nice day, officer. What seems to be the problem? Usually you're stopped by a motorcycle cop. He gets off his bike like, God, am I incredibly well endowed. I'll get your door. There you go. From inside your car comes this Colombian sauna like... Suddenly he's going, I'm hungry, I don't know why. You're looking at him, you've rehearsed your line. What seems to be the problem? What seems to be the problem? You look at him and go,
That was why he was not unanimous on our list then, yeah.
Controversial opinion.
No, hey, I in particular, like Nick alluded to a second ago, the early comedy, the early stand-up comedy stuff, like the Live at the Met, I believe in like 86, I want to say.
The Rambo suspenders.
Yeah, exactly. That one where he does the bit on, whenever you see red, white, and blue lights in the rearview mirror, like how patriotic, like, oh shit, eat everything in the ashtray, and fucking all them shit about the drugs and all. Like, he's another guy, honestly. The early raw shit before he became a family man, I'm very much a fan of. I did kind of stray away later. I'm not a Miss Doubtfire guy and all that kind of shit, but like The World According to Garp, for example, though, that was a crazy fucked up movie that I liked as a kid, Yeah,
I love Robin Williams.
That's a smoochie, right?
As big of a fan as I am, there's one thing I gotta point out, and I don't know if you guys knew this, but he was notorious as a joke stealer.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
He definitely was. He would pay the comedians that he stole jokes from after his performance. So.
Oh yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Oh,
what's the fat comedian that got caught stealing jokes not too long ago?
Carlos Mencia's a pretty.
There you go.
Back in the day, people stole jokes. It was like two Jews walked in the bar.
Yeah,
it was meant to be told everybody. Carlos is taking fucking your life's analogies, man.
Yeah, because these are stories based on your life, and you're a little twist on them.
He's in the whole thing saying, here's what the fuck you supposed to be as a comic. If you ain't this as a comic, you ain't shit. If you ain't that as a... And then he says, I steal, which nullifies... He doesn't have a position on comedy. That means that cover bands don't need to say they're cover bands.
Yeah, they can just say they're the band.
Well, fuck you. I'm Journey. I'm fucking Journey, nigga.
Ralphie May, too.
Ralphie May was one, too, yeah.
Ralphie May, yep.
Yeah, Carlos Mencia, man. You ever want to... Joe Rogan goes off on him.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
I'm somebody important enough that he had to end the show by saying Carlos Mencia. That's who I am.
Yo, bro, how difficult it is for comics. You don't know that nobody supports comics. You don't know that nobody... If someone steals a riff from a song, that shit's in the news constantly. Motherfuckers steal shit and make it on HBO. They steal shit, they put it on television.
The South Park episode.
And Carlos Mencia disappeared after that, but... let's get into our top six, though. Robin Williams, some love, some not love. Definitely a mixed crowd there. That's surprising, but that's good shit. That's why we do the lists, right? Our top six, though, man. Here's another guy who falls probably in that Robin Williams vein. Very edgy early. His early stand-up comedy is great. Grew into a family guy, kind of lost his edge, but that's Eddie Murphy.
I was watching Poltergeist last month. I got a question. Why don't white people just leave the house when there's a ghost in the house? Y'all stay in the house too fucking long. Get the fuck out of the house. Very simple. It's a ghost in the house, get the fuck out. And not only did they stay in the motherfucking house and poltergeist, they invited more white people over. Sitting around going, our daughter Carol Ann's on the television set. I would have been gone. If I had a daughter been down the precinct saying, look, man, I went home and my fucking daughter's in the TV set and shit, so I just fucking left. You can have all that shit. I ain't going back to the motherfucking, I just came down so when she ain't up at school, you don't think I killed the bitch or nothing like that. But she is inside the TV set, you can have all that shit. Fuck it. Mr. Murphy, didn't you try to save your daughter? Yeah, I'm a man and shit. I tried to save. I turned the channel, the shit didn't work. I got the fuck out. Leave. The kid was only 6 years old in the movie. They couldn't have been too attached to her. Leave. In the Amityville Horror, the ghost told them to get out the house. White people stayed in there. Now that's a hint and a half for your ass. A ghost say get the fuck out, I would just tip the fuck out the door. They walked and looked in the toilet bowl, was blood in the toilet. They said, that's peculiar. I would have been in the house and said, oh, baby, this is beautiful. We got a chandelier hanging up here, kids outside playing. It's a beautiful neighborhood. We ain't got nothing to wear. I really love them. This is really nice. Get out. Too bad we can't stay, baby.
Yeah. I will always love Eddie Murphy, even though he has bullshit movies now. I mean,
not even that, man. Like his comedy is just not. He hasn't been funny in like 30 years. But dude, Raw and all that shit was just. It was so ahead of its time.
And you can't just keep messing around like you used to. Eventually, your dick will fall off. Remember VD in the '60s? That shit don't just sting no more. Every time they cure something, it come back stronger. VD is new and improved now. They got dudes in the doctor's office with symptoms like, excuse me, doc, what does it mean when you go to the bathroom and fire shoot out your dick? Let me get this right. You're getting a burning sensation when you urinate? No, fire shoot out my dick is a burst of flame fly out my dick when I pee. I can't even pee in the house. I burn my house down. I got to go outside and pee. I was outside peeing the other day. Dude tried to mug me. I turned around and burned him up on the street. That's what I'm trying to say. Because my dick is a blowtorch, is what I'm trying to say.
Beverly Hills Cop. I still watch Beverly Hills Cop all the time. And 48 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but and I like you're saying though, his stand-up Raw and those, dude. Other than the talking about specific singers of the time, that shit is on point today. That shit is like boom.
Yep.
You know that is.
Once you make a woman come real hard, once you make a woman say ooh, no matter how bad you fuck up, no matter what you do wrong, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, as long as you say, I'm sorry, she will listen to your story. And that's the truth. That's the God's honest truth. It is the truth. Stop it. It's the truth. It's the truth. And ladies, as soon as y'all make that noise, man, your relationship will change with your man, because we know, we wait on that noise. We waiting on it. Because we know we can act different. As soon as you go, ooh, we know we can act a fool in. Remember when your man couldn't make it, he would call? No more of that shit. He heard you go, woo. Remember he wanted to spend all his free time with you? No more of that, because you made that noise. Your man can act crazy. We know. As soon as you go, woo, our face is in the pillow like this. I got this motherfucker now, man. And then you start talking to her. Whose pussy is this? Whose pussy is this? Oh, it's your pussy. It's your pussy. Woo.
That's crisp. You know,
I mean, he's definitely one of those people I think that suffered because he probably had too many yes people around him.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, yeah, you want to do this stupid movie? Do it. Like,
right. Yeah, you want a singing career? You want to sing a song? Sure, why not?
No
but
one.
While Eddie got less funny, his brother Charlie got more funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Rest in peace, Charlie. Yeah.
Yeah.
My ghetto side was going, yo, stomp this motherfucker out right here. The fuck is wrong with him?
I'm just in wine and I'm just getting started, bitches.
He totally just wrote me off like I'm that nigga to steal on. You know what I'm saying?
Charlie Murphy.
Darkness. Darkness. But yeah, Eddie Murphy's
couch.
was great. You know, I agree though. Definitely lost his edge, man. That's why he would be higher had he stayed. You know.
I got foreigners from all over the world walking up going, Eddie Murphy, fuck you. Fuck you, Eddie. I know you. I see you on television. You're the fuck you man, right? I love it. Suck my dick, huh? Suck it, you black motherfucker. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, number 5 is one we lost way too fucking soon, man. The story on Sam Kinison is crazy.
After my second divorce, I said, hey, I bet if I learn how to fuck really good, I won't have to give away everything I own every 5 fucking years! Guys out there going, that's nothing funny. I'm writing that down. I'll tell you that. I'm gonna learn to lick something, goddammit. I'm not gonna lose my house. But women, if there's something that turns you on, if there's something that gets you excited, something that really gets you hot, makes you nasty, how about filling us in as to what the fuck it is? How can we do it if we don't know what the fuck it is? Tell us what you want. We'll do it when we do it, guys! I like that upfront approach, you know? Go home with women, they let you know right up the bat, man. Go home and they go, come on! Get those fucking pants off, get them off! No, you wanted to fuck, buddy, come on, let's go! Put a helmet on that soldier! He's gonna see some action, goddammit! Put a helmet on him! Put a helmet on that soldier. Oh, I like that, man. They get excited the way you fuck me harder, fuck me harder! And I'll fuck you harder, hold on. I know, tell us what you want. I know, I remember. Fuck. You want it harder, huh? Okay, let's try it like this. Let's try it this way.
He hit this world like a bomb. You know, like Andrew Dice Clay in similar ways, man. He hit the world yesterday. Who the fuck is that? Today, holy shit, he is here, you know.
It was before his time, and I think, man, I would love to have known where it would have gone from there. Like,
he became a rock star. Like, he was like a legit rock star comedian.
Yeah, most definitely. It was like probably the first rock star comedian.
Yeah.
Wild thing, I think you moved me. But I wanna know for sure.
Yeah, he was a preacher before he did.
And that's what makes.
I've heard his preaching too. Like I've heard the audio recordings, and he was really fucking good at that too.
I'm sure he's a great orator. So
I just love women. My record proves that. I've been in love about 9 times now. And it's been real every time, folks. Every time it was gonna last forever! Remember, you fucking bitches! Forever! I buy it every time, I gotta tell you. I buy it every fucking time. I do, man. Love comes to my life and goes, come on! Come on! Come on, this is love! This is love! Come on! Oh, come on! I'm not like the others. No, this is new love. Come on, trust me, trust me. I wouldn't lie to you 10 times in a row, fuckhead. Come on! Come on, open the door. Let's see what she's like. I thought it was the door to love. It was the door
Yeah.
He took that.
Yeah, but he was amazing in Back to School with Roddy.
Oh, he was great.
You remember that thing we had about 30 years ago called the Korean conflict? Yeah, where we failed to achieve victory. How come we didn't cross the 38th parallel and push those rice eaters back to the Great Wall of China and take the Berkeley brick and nuke them back into the fucking Stone Age River? How come? Tell me why! Say it! Say it!
He really seems to care. About what, I have no idea.
He's another guy Rodney Dangerfield discovered. Great movie roles. I am personally of the feeling his very last stand-up wasn't very funny. By the time he was just so drugged out and crazy, the last stand-up was...
Yeah, he kind of
relied a lot on the theatrics and shit instead of being funny, I felt like. But
that was the old Sam. That was the devil-may-care Sam. The reckless, drug lord, alcoholic, boozing bastard from hell Sam. Oh, the one you guys missed. Excuse me.
But you know, how funny is it? I don't know if many people know this about Sam Kinison. He married the one girl, divorced her for her sister, and that girl, the sister, was who was driving the car, of course, when they wrecked and he was killed.
Oh, fuck.
They were both the girls when he came out on that one special where he's got the two girls on chains.
Yeah.
He married both of those girls. They were sisters, and yeah. Well,
I'm like anybody else on the planet. I'm very moved by world hunger. I see the same commercials. Those little kids starving and very depressed. And I watch these things on TV and I see those commercials and I look at it and I go, God, how cruel, you know. Just see a little kid out there and I go, fuck, you know, I know the film crew could give this kid a sandwich. You know, the kid's not out there, filming a letter from home with a Betamax, huh? You know, there's a director 5 feet away going, don't feed him yet! Get that sandwich out of here! It doesn't work unless he looks hungry! But I'm not trying to make fun of world hunger. Matter of fact, I think I have the answer, because I spend a lot of time working it out. And if you want to stop world hunger, stop sending them food. Don't send these another another bite, folks. You want to send them something, you want to help? Send them U-Hauls. Send them U-Hauls, some luggage, and send them a guy out there that goes, hey, you know, we've been driving out here every day with your food for like the last, 30, 40 years. And we were driving out here a day across the desert, and it occurred to us there wouldn't be world hunger if you people would live where the food is! You live in a desert! Understand that? You live in a fucking desert! Nothing grows out here! Nothing's gonna grow out here! You see this? Huh? This is sand. Yeah. It's sand. You know it's going to be 100 years from now, huh? It's going to be sand! You live in a fucking desert! Get your kids, get your shit. We'll make one trip. We'll take you to where the food is. We have deserts in America. We just don't live in them, asshole!
moving on to one of my favorite comedians, and we talked earlier about the Stephen Wright carrying over. So, Blake, I'm going to go to you first on your main man, Mitch Hedberg.
Hey, I was getting my teeth whitened, but then I said, forget that, I'll just get a tan instead. I saw a billboard. It said, estimated lotto jackpot, 55 million. See, I didn't know that shit was estimated. That would suck if you want to go, oh, we were off by 2 zeros. We estimate that you are angry. I like rice. Rice is great when you're hungry and you want 2,000 of something. I saw a commercial on late night TV. It said, forget everything you know about slipcovers. So I did. And it was a load off my mind. Then the commercial tried to sell slipcovers, but I didn't know what the hell they were.
Mitch Hedberg, man, I've seen him 6 times before he passed. Every time was like funnier than the last, man. Just I love that stoner kind of stand up there, and I'm just gonna ramble at you, and I don't give a fuck. You didn't care if anybody laughed, like
you just did
and
it.
then like you would hear like a couple giggles, and then like it would kind of like spread like the wave at a baseball game or something. Like people would. It takes a second for some. It's stupid shit, but it would take a second to sink in.
I opened up a yogurt, and underneath the lid it said, please try again. They were having a contest I was unaware of. But I thought I might have opened the yogurt wrong.
Maybe your play was trying to inspire me. Come on, Mitch, don't give up. Please try again. A message of inspiration from your friends at Yo Play. Fruit on the bottom, hope on top. I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to too. I think Bigfoot is blurry. That's the problem. It's not the photographer's fault. Bigfoot is blurry. And that's extra scary to me because there's a large, out-of-focus monster roaming the countryside. One time a guy handed me a picture of me and said, here's a picture of me when I was younger. Every picture is of you when you were younger. Ain't that about time someone said that?
But that's why, is because most people don't think like that. And like, you can see the wheels turning and the people that don't catch it right away, you know? Like,
yeah. I mean, like, his delivery was just so unique, and it's like sometimes I didn't even get the joke, but I still laughed because of the way he said it.
The fact that he was telling jokes, like, that was kind of like a thing that just didn't seem to be happening. Like, this was a throwback style, but it was
especially then there wasn't like real joke tellers. It was a lot of story-based comedy at the time.
I had a parrot. It could speak, but it could not say it was hungry, so it died. Like, just simple shit like that.
And I had a neighbor, and whenever he would knock on my wall, I knew he wanted me to turn my music down. And that made me angry because I like loud music. So when he knocked on the wall, I'd mess with his head. I'd say, go around. I cannot open the wall. I don't know if you have a doorknob on the other side, but over here there's nothing. It's just flat. I like an escalator, man, because an escalator can never break. It can only become stairs. All right. There would never be an escalator temporarily out of order sign. Only an escalator temporarily stairs. Sorry for the convenience.
It was amazing. I don't know. It was like kind of refreshing in comedy because it felt like there was a lot of recycled stuff at that point when he came out. And when I heard him, literally everyone else I knew that liked stand-up comedy was like, dude, have you heard this fucking dude? It's like, yes. And I don't know why, but he's fucking brilliant.
He's brilliant.
It's like one of the jokes I tell all the time. Two guys walking into a bar, which is crazy, because if the first guy hits it, the second guy should have seen it coming.
Yeah.
That joke.
You know, when it comes to racism, people say, I don't care if they're black, white, purple, or green. Oh, hold on now. Purple or green, you gotta draw the line somewhere. To hell with purple people. Unless they're suffocating. Then help them. I'm staying at a hotel right now. There's no 13th floor because of superstition. But come on, man. The people on the 14th floor, you know what floor you're really on. If you jump out of the 14th floor hoping to kill yourself, you will die earlier.
But you can't help but wonder what kind of an impact Hedberg would have today. You know, what he would view as the last look at the last year and a half. I'd love to hear what he had to say about it, wouldn't you?
Of course.
Brilliant.
And I feel like near the end of his career, he was starting to get a little more better known, too. Most definitely. You know, it wasn't just like, he wasn't just playing colleges. He was starting to do, you know, some late night shows here and there, and was on Stern quite a bit. You know, he was getting some recognition.
Yeah.
I mean, rightly deserved. Kind of a one.
And you're right, Chris. I'm really curious to know what he would have done with all the content of the last 2 years. The last 2 years have kind of wrote themselves.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Right. Too true. Go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was pretty much gonna say he was probably gonna be still unique, just because I don't think still anyone else really did quite what he did. And I imagine he was going to continue with that because that was his own brand of comedy. He kind of cornered a weird little niche there, and it was awesome.
Right.
Yeah, I always wondered if he was really a death metal fan because he had that one bit where he talked about like his death metal band wasn't that badass. They were called Injured.
Right.
I played in a death metal band. People either loved us or they hated us, or they thought we were okay. A lot of death metal bands have intense names like Rigor Mortis, or Mortuary, or Obituary. We weren't that intense. We just went with Injured. Later on, we changed it to Acapella as we were walking out of the pawn shop.
Great bit, brother.
Yeah.
Great bit. Great bit. Well, all right. That brings us to our top three. I'm sorry, Johnny. Did I cut you off, brother?
No, I cut myself off.
Hey, well, you know, I do that.
The new thing I'm working on. Yeah.
That's our Bobbit special. We'll get to that later. But
a little off the top.
Maybe the whole problem was, you know, he was abusive. She gets onto a phone to the friend and says, he abuses me. Her friend says, well, throw the prick out of the house.
our top three, yeah, just a touch. Our top three, I'm super proud of our list, to be honest with you guys. I think it's fantastic, and I think our top three is pretty hard to argue against, man. And we're going to go with a guy that, in a lot of ways, kept Comedy Central alive, revolutionized that sitcom genre when it was dying, that skit thing while it was dying. Dave Chappelle, gentlemen. Talk to me about Dave Chappelle.
The only bad part is you cannot pass out around white people. Every time white dudes pass out around each other, they always do some borderline gay shit when the guy's asleep. Frank fell asleep, so we like stuck a carrot in his ass and put shaving cream on his balls. Like, why, motherfucker? Why would you do that to a friend of yours? He trusted you enough to sleep around you. You gonna put a carrot in his ass? Is that nice? I tell you right now, if I put a carrot in a black dude's ass, a nigga will kill you when he wakes up for some shit like that. That is an automatic death sentence on the street. It's a rap for you. I'm gonna kill that motherfucker. I thought y'all was friends, baby. What happened? I fell asleep at his house, right? We was drinking, and I fell asleep at his house, and while I was sleeping, right? I'm just gonna kill that motherfucker, all right? That's all you need to know. And fuck carrots.
He is from Maryland. He is a Maryland guy. He's from
Yeah. He's kind of got like a North Carolina accent to me. He's got like a little bit of that Southern twang, but I mean, he's just fucking fearless, man. Does not care. And the show, you know, I thought was kind of pedantic, but it was still a fucking hilarious show. Like so fucking funny, you know.
I mean, fuck your couch.
Exactly. If any other comedian did that, you would have been like, that's stupid, you know?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, so many good bits from that show, man.
It's the Nigga family. Breakfast is served.
Look, hon, my sister just had another baby. Look at this little bundle of joy.
She's got those nigger lips.
I know, so thin. Is Tim still asleep?
I think so.
He sure is one lazy nigger.
He came to my store, but I wasn't there that day. But apparently it was really nice.
And see, you got screwed. You got Jenny, and you could have gotten Chappelle.
Right?
The universe doesn't like you, Brian. That's
man,
unfortunate.
They're actually, honestly, man, Chappelle walking away from all that money because shit was getting out of his control. Like, I definitely respect people that are just like, look, it's about this, and it's not about the cash. I have enough money. So fuck you. I'm not doing that. Like,
right?
You know,
too true, man. Talk about a guy. Go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know. Like, I always thought that was a super interesting thing because, I mean, he not only walked away from fame, he wanted his privacy again too. Like, he didn't have it, and that's the price of fame. You kind of lose that.
Right.
But yeah, the balls it took to do that is immense, and how quickly he rose to popularity because he was absolutely hilarious, and that fearlessness really didn't come out until he started getting older. And he was like, you know what? I don't care. I think there's jokes in literally everything, no matter how taboo the subject is.
Hi, yes, we just got hold of a copy of Dave Chappelle's Frantic. 911 emergency call. Remember, viewers, some of this language is disturbing.
Hello, emergency.
Help! Help, motherfucker, they're coming to get me!
Just calm down, sir. Where are you?
I shit on myself. I can't stop crying. They play that shit 30, 40 times a day. All my buddies will be at my funeral looking at me.
You know Dave shit on himself right before
I saw it on the news. Died crying like a bitch.
And he took it to like the whole skit level too, which, I mean, honestly, I haven't watched skit comedy, at least to that point, since Kids in the Hall went off the air, which Kids in the Hall was probably the best skit comedy show of all.
Or, you know, like occasionally someone will tell you a good SNL skit and you'll check that one out. But like sticking with the whole show is rough.
Yeah. Like maybe some Mad TV, but not much. But Chappelle was, again, fearless. It didn't matter what the subject matter was. The whole Sesame Street skit with Q-Tip and Charlie Murphy as the bum puppet. Oh my God, dude.
And hey, you're Chris Rock.
Dave Chappelle, but close enough.
Where are you guys going?
Well, Dangle's not feeling well, so I'm taking him to the doctor.
What's wrong, Dangle?
Actually, it's my penis.
What's that?
It was further proof that they kept that show going after he left, and it was fucking terrible.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, it was
I mean, you can't take away the main talent and be like, all right, here's the show. Like, why?
No.
I don't even care to watch. Why? I didn't really want to watch this in the first place, and then I got addicted to it, and now you're gonna leave? Like, okay, well,
right. I've seen those guys talk about how pissed they were. They're like, at one point, I guess Charlie Murphy and I forget the other guy's name, but they were like, man, we're rolling in cash for the first time in our life, and Dave Chappelle don't want to do the fucking show no more. What the fuck? You know?
Yeah, I mean, sure they had every right to be pissed, but
I don't blame them.
I definitely respect Chappelle for,
another part of Chappelle I didn't appreciate until later, actually. Neil Brennan, a guy he came up through the ranks with, and was a writing partner on a lot of those skits we've come to love on the Chappelle Show, is a pretty damn good stand-up comedian in his own right.
Yeah.
Every girl I know all the time is two things. Freezing. Starving. Oh my God, I'm so cold. Is anybody else freezing and starving? No, it's 78 degrees in here and there's fucking food everywhere. You're rude. You're a rude person. You know when you're freezing all the time, you don't dress for like there's weather. Women dress for the first 30 seconds of wherever they're going. They dress for like the big entrance to the party. Like, and then you spend the rest of the party like, I'm freezing and starving and my feet hurt and we have to go home.
Mm-hmm. And Chappelle came up with like Sarah Silverman and Louis and all that crew. So it's kind of cool that they kind of tried to help each other out. I think a lot of that was a little more behind the scenes.
Well, you know what's funny? Another funny thing about the Chappelle Show is Scully fucking despises that show, man. Because we have teenage children that, well, they're not teenagers now, but they were during that. So there was there was a year there where every 5 seconds somebody was going, okay, all right,
What? Yeah! Yeah, that type of shit gets old, I mean, what was our was like, what's that?
Yeah,
like,
right.
Yep.
You.
What's up?
Only heard that 200 times today, man.
Right. Scully was like, I'm going to murder these fucking kids, turn that goddamn show off. So
Until
they're
Steve
in summer school.
Carell made fun of that whole shit over and over again.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That was great shit. And dude, I'll tell you what, legendary bit when Dave Chappelle talks about buying weed from the little kid in the ghetto in DC. Just fucking.
Now, this is when I knew I was in a bad neighborhood. You only see this in the worst neighborhoods. Remember, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I look out the window. It was a fucking baby standing on a corner. Look at this. And the baby didn't even look scared. He was just standing there. I mean, it made me sad. It made me sad, really. You know what I mean? Because I wanted to help the baby. I was like, I don't trust you either. I'm sorry. Click. Click. The old baby on the corner trick, eh? I'm not gonna fall for that shit. Where's this limousine driver? You know, I start feeling bad. As time goes by, I start feeling worse. Like, man, what is wrong with me? What the hell's wrong? I'm scared of a baby. And this baby could be in trouble. He might need my help. I gotta do something. But I wasn't gonna get out the car. I'm serious, man. I just cracked the window a little bit. There's an old limousine. I could roll it down. Hey, baby. Baby, go home, man. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What the fuck are you doing up? The baby said, I'm selling weed, nigga. I said, oh, shit. I wasn't expecting that. I'm sorry, I had to buy 2 bags from the coma. Let me get 220.
If Borat was out when I was in high school, there'd be a lot more people with black eyes.
What's up with it, vanilla face? Bang bang, skeet skeet, nigga.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
Although that's funny, but like it takes, you know, or like my girlfriend's a little younger, and she's like, "Oh, I hate Napoleon Dynamite because of that." Everyone would be like, "Gosh," all the time, you know.
Right. Dude, I had friends that were obsessed with that movie. The one scene I laugh at every time is when the school buses go by and shoots the fucking cow.
Hey, Lyle.
Nothing on there works smooth.
That's the best scene in the entire movie, and I will laugh my ass off, and I'll literally fuck off.
Good shit, man.
Do you guys remember Chappelle in the Mel Brooks movie Robin Hood Men in Tights?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. Wow.
Lincoln and what was the other one?
Yeah.
What was his name?
Oh, Blanca, he was.
Yeah.
Oh, a chew.
Bless you. Yeah, that's right.
Chew,
Yeah.
right. Fuck. I forgot.
Chris, I saw that in the theater in Lexington Park.
Ah,
Nice.
yeah, down
Was that, like,
Broadway, brother.
92, 90.
The Broadway of Southern Maryland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of the Smibs, of the Southern Maryland Inbred,
Right.
Inbred Club. That's right.
Bunch of inbred trailer trash. All they ever talk about is fucking.
What was, and never forget the Half Baked as a goddamn
Yeah.
stoner
Oh,
classic
okay.
movie.
Exactly.
Just watched that movie recently. It's still worth its weight in gold.
At this point,
That movie is definitely an underrated movie.
it totally is, man. So funny.
Yeah.
And it plays on all the weed stereotypes in such a fun and accurate way, you know what I mean? And I believe that movie deserves its to be right there with the Cheech and Chongs and the Fast Times at Ridgemont, you know, and the stoner.
I mean, it's for a stoner comedy. It's a little like higher brow. Like it's,
Yeah.
it's not just like, hey, I forgot the car keys.
Right.
I got high. It's like they got other jokes in there, you know. It's good.
We call this kid the after-school special smoker. He spends all of his allowance on reefer. Thanks, little buddy. Now, in the next room is father, and I'm 40, but I'm still cool smokers token up, trying to figure out a way to bond with his son. Isn't that ironic? Don't you think?
Smart
Yeah,
comedy with
yeah.
with a good cast too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Fuck yeah.
and really, still to this day, Abba Zaba is one of my only friends. So.
Abba Zabba? You my only friend. That could be worse.
Fuck yeah. I still am looking for them weed cards. But anyway, moving on.
Mr. Nice Guy.
To Mr. Nice Guy. Moving on to number 2 on our list. And man, honestly, 1 and 2, any of the top 5 in particular, in my opinion, could easily be number 1. And
especially these two.
These 2, though, right. I think you're right. I think you nailed it, John. These 2 in particular for me are 1A and 1B, if you will. And I don't care where you put the A and the B. But let's start by talking about the man born in 1937, George Carlin.
My God.
Born to a different world.
But in the bullshit department, a businessman can't hold a candle to a clergyman. Because I got to tell you the truth, folks. I got to tell you the truth. When it comes to bullshit, big time, major league bullshit, you have to stand in awe of the all-time champion of false promises and exaggerated claims, religion. No contest. No contest. Religion easily has the greatest bullshit story ever told. Think about it. Religion has actually convinced people that there's an invisible man living in the sky who watches everything you do every minute of every day. And the invisible man has a special list of 10 things he does not want you to do. And if you do any of these 10 things, he has a special place full of fire and smoke and burning and torture and anguish where he will send you to live and suffer and burn and choke and scream and cry forever and ever till the end of time. But he loves you.
I don't know who I would be today without George Carlin.
Chris, you kind of said, was it an oversight that they didn't make my list? And yeah, it was an oversight. But, it got on here anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But, I mean, like one of the first real comedians I ever saw go against politics, attack organized religion with a vengeance.
Yeah,
like super anti-organized religion. And, like, be fucking smart as shit and funny about it. Like, not just like, it sucks, church. That's like a way to piss people. Like, my wife makes me go to church and I want to watch football. Like, he's like, he was like a little better than those, what's it, the like, kind of redneck comedy group.
Right, the blue collar dudes.
Yeah.
Because that's what Americans do now. They're always willing to trade away a little of their freedom in exchange for the feeling, the illusion of security. What we have now is a completely neurotic population obsessed with security and safety and crime and drugs and cleanliness and hygiene and germs. There's another thing, germs. Where did this sudden fear of germs come from? In this country. Have you noticed this? The media constantly running stories about all the latest infections, salmonella, E. coli, hantavirus, bird flu, and Americans they panic easily, so now everybody's running around scrubbing this and spraying that and overcooking their food and repeatedly washing their hands, trying to avoid all contact with germs. It's ridiculous, and it goes to ridiculous lengths. In prisons, before they give you a lethal injection, they swab your arm with alcohol. It's true. It's true.
He was good at making he walked this great line between cerebral and crass, and it was perfect. Because he could get away with this very heady piece. These are very intelligent jokes. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna talk about shit and tits and fucks and whatever. Brilliant.
7 deadly words.
Yep.
Right. 7 words you can't say on TV. Yeah.
And all I could think of was shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits.
Yep.
My dad took us to see him when I was, I think it was maybe 14 or 15, and he was just hilarious. And I got a poster of him, and it had probably 1,000 different bad words and variations.
Oh, yeah, I know the poster. I know the poster you're talking about.
Oh yeah, yeah. Man, I wish I still had that thing.
With basically Carlinisms, if you will, you know.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
I mean, honestly, the reason I know what stand-up is courtesy of him and someone else we're going to bring up later.
Yeah, right.
And who follows him here?
I feel like he kind of wedged himself in, man. Like, he was so funny and so popular that mainstream society could not ignore.
Would you welcome George Carlin?
How are you doing tonight? Nice to see you all. Hello, Doctor. I was a little bit late tonight. I'm sorry if I upset anybody here. I had an unusual incident in traffic. I either ran over a sheep or I ran over a small man wearing a sheepskin coat. And I'm not sure because I didn't stick around. I just kept moving. That's what you got to do, by the way. If you have an automobile accident, you run someone over, just get the hell out of there. If you get out of your car, all you're going to do is add to the confusion, And they're going to want to know your name and your address, and some wise guy, but you got any insurance, So what I do, just get the hell out of there because all you do, like I say, they got enough troubles without you stopping, So head on out. Yeah. Look at it this way. Hey, it's none of your concern. All right? That's all you got to remember. That's right.
Yeah.
Like, it was like, you can't get on stage and say rat shit, bat shit, dirty old cunt and expect to be on TV.
on a children's show.
Right. Yet he was able to pull it off.
Yeah, the hippy-dippy weatherman.
Al Sleet here, you hippy-dippy weatherman, with all the hippy-dippy weather, man. Brought to you by Parsons Pest Control. Do you have termites, water bugs, and roaches? Well, Parsons will help you get rid of the termites and water bugs and help you smoke the roaches.
Right,
it's that same tenacity he had that allows us to get here together today and say rat shit, bat shit, cunt.
Fuck yeah. Open those doors. The progression of Lenny Bruce in a ton of ways, man. Like,
Oh, 100%.
He was Bruce refined.
Right. Far funnier, in my opinion, for sure.
They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. And by the way, it's the same big club they used to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hard-working people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hard-working people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. Man, you know? And nobody seems to notice, nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on, the fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream, because you have to be asleep to believe it.
But what people do tend to forget about, I think, when it comes specifically to George Carlin, is if you look at his early comedy, it is light from what it would become. Yeah. It's very silly. It's very goofy. It's very kind of, popping around all over the place, doing a lot of this kind of shit, and
cocaine.
Right. Well, yeah.
Cocaine.
I was just going to say, you can literally watch the drugs that he's on, as his comedy progresses.
What? Louder? Is the Louder family here? They follow me everywhere. They've been in every city I've ever appeared in. They just sit there and yell their name. Louder! Yes, I know. I know. This is the Los Angeles Louder.
But as he became an old, wise weed head, I believe he cemented his place as legend.
Yeah.
And, you know, to that point, Chris, I really feel like stand-up is a lot. People ask about being in a band and all this other stuff. And, you know, I got 4 other dudes up there with me. Dude, if it's just you and you're failing, it fucking sucks.
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Don't worry, that spotlight's going to follow you and all your failures
Exactly.
everywhere on the stage. Like, nope, he sucks over here now.
Oh, yeah, like
exactly.
all the times I was on stage, like I did like little open mics, and the whole audience would just be the other comedians, and nobody wanted to laugh at shit.
Right.
Right, because they're all trying to measure their dick against yours.
Yeah.
Like, that guy's not
Yeah,
funny. You know?
Got
It's
way
like,
better
dude,
jokes than that.
I've always wanted to try my hat at it, but, you know, that whole lack of talent keeps me from it.
yeah, I did it once, like I think I talked about last week, so
Yeah.
edit that. But yeah, it was not for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
my
I kind
talents
like
for
I said,
trolling.
like Henry Rollins was like my primary influence, so I kind of looked at it like I'm just going to get up on stage and say what I'm going to say. I don't care if anyone else enjoys it, you know.
Right, fuck it.
Tell him a story. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the funniest thing I could probably do.
Right?
Well,
I mean,
you know-
I feel like comedy is very situational too, and you, like for us, like, you know, Thralls, I never know what the hell we're gonna say all the time when that camera turns on. It just happens.
Yeah,
And that's
no.
I like being able to be laid back and kind of know that you're gonna deliver a zinger, and I don't give a crap if nobody laughs. I thought it was
Well,
hilarious.
I mean, you
So-
can look at, say,
Right, true.
even though I'm not a fan of Aziz Ansari, is very, like, story-oriented, and Mitch Hedberg is very hacky one-liners, and, you know, Carlin can go on about a bit for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, there's,
Yeah.
like, it's whatever you find and works for you.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Everybody's got to have a little place for their stuff. That's all life is about. That's the meaning of life. Trying to find a place to keep your stuff. That's all your house is. Think of it. That's all your house is. It's a place to keep your stuff. If you didn't have so much goddamn stuff, you wouldn't need a house. You could just walk around all the time. That's all your house is. It's a pile of stuff with a cover on it. That's all your house is. It's a place to keep your stuff while you go out and get more stuff.
I've always admired stand-up comedians for that fiercelessness, man. That takes big balls to go out there and do that shit.
See, if I ever tried it again, I would do the unknown comic thing, because you got a bag on your head.
I like it.
Yeah.
That's good.
Dude, this guy had a bag on his head. Sounded like
Yeah.
Blake Harrison. It's fucking weird.
No, it's not him.
Red Fox.
Well, you know, in closing on Carlin, I do have to say I love how in his absence now, I see people on the right and I see people on the left that try to use Carlin as their example. And it does make me a little angry, because he would say "fuck you" to both of you.
Yeah.
You know, he really would. He had never played that game, man. It's so easy.
Right. The only side he chose was his own.
Goddamn
Screw
right.
the rest of you.
We got some dumbass motherfuckers floating around this country. Dumbass motherfuckers, you know? Yeah. Now, obviously, that doesn't include this audience. I understand that. You seem intelligent and perceptive, but the rest of them, holy jumping fucking shitballs. Dumber than a second coat of paint. And this ain't just ranting and raving. This ain't just blowing off steam. I got a little evidence to support my claim. It just seems to me that only a really low IQ population could have taken this beautiful continent, this magnificent American landscape that we inherited. Well, actually, we stole it from the Mexicans and the Indians, but hey, it was nice when we stole it. It looked pretty good. It was pristine. Paradise. Have you seen it lately? Have you taken a good look at it lately? It's fucking embarrassing. Only a nation of unenlightened half-wits could have taken this beautiful place and turned it into what it is today, a shopping mall. A big fucking shopping mall. You know that? That's all you got. That's all you've got here, folks. Mile after mile of mall after mall. Many, many malls. Major malls and mini malls. They put the mini malls in between the major malls. And in between the mini malls, they put the mini marts. And in between the mini marts, you got the car lots, gas stations, muffler shops, laundromats, cheap hotels, fast food joints, strip clubs, and dirty bookstores. America the Beautiful. One big transcontinental commercial cesspool. And how do the people feel about all this? How do the people feel about living in a coast-to-coast shopping mall? Well, they think it's just fucking dandy.
Yep. Good shit. All right. Well, dun. Drum roll if you will. Our 1A or our number one. I believe, Nick, can I look at your T-shirt one more time, sir? Oh, there we go.
There he is.
I think we all know who our number one is, and literally the first guy that I ever saw stand up. Right.
No.
All right, so this isn't like a full. Okay, all right, cool. All right, okay. Just want to make sure.
But you do, if you want some pussy, you talk all that shit with them, right? You know.
Hey, yeah, sure, the cosmos, yeah. Study it often, you know.
And we got ready to make love, man. She was naked and stuff. I said, "Boy, I'm gonna tear this pussy up." And she got it. I got ready to get on top of her. She said, "Oh, we're not going to fuck." And I always be thinking about my career or something. You know, I don't want to be fucking around, end up in the paper, man tries to take pussy. You know, because that's low down. I don't want to be like that. I don't want nobody to say that. But I don't wonder why women don't say that thing before your dick get hard or something. You know, when they get to the hotel, we're not fucking. Thank you. And I tell my dick, I'm not going to fuck.
So be cool, right? This is just some bullshit conversation. So some pussy come along. So shut up.
But they wait till your dick hard enough to cut diamonds.
Hey man, are you hanging one like Richard Pryor? That's what inquiring minds want to know.
Like what? Like one of his thumbs?
Yeah, right. But for starters here, Richard Pryor is the first stand-up comedian I ever saw in my whole life. You know, and then I couldn't wait to get my hands on everything. And then honestly, Blake is not as old as me, but he might be the closest of the group. Nick, you're getting there, brother. But like the Gene Wilder, Richard Pryor thing,
yes,
is such a huge part of my life.
Mean, they're a great duo, dude. And like, again, just like Carlin, Richard Pryor was unavoidable. He wedged himself in mainstream motherfucking society. He didn't give a shit. He's like, yeah, I'll say whatever I want, and I'm black, and I don't care, and you're gonna look at me and acknowledge me.
Oh.
I met one dude kidnapped, murdered 4 times. And I thought 3 times that was your ass, right? No. I said, what happened? I can't get your shit right. But I'm getting paroled in 2 years, Brother Rich. I'm gonna file up, you know. I got some contacts outside, you know what I mean? Let's see, yeah, I know what you mean. See, I wanna know when this motherfucker getting out, who he gonna be with, and if I see him in my neighborhood, I'm just gonna shoot the motherfucker. Because I do not want to be kidnapped. Take no chance, no motherfucker calling up my wife talking about send some money. Because that's really my ass. So, well, don't fuck up the soup. That's what we're going to bury him in. I'm going to take my chances. Damn, I'm going to be kidnapped putting my hands behind my back. Because they always like to make you put your hands behind your back and shit and then fuck with you a little while. Said, no, motherfucker, blow my face off with the shotgun while I got my hands on your nuts. So there'll be some evidence. Right? So the police come in, I open his hand. And this guy's gonna be easy to find. He's gonna show up to the hospital sooner or later.
The Richard Pryor show, before it was canceled, was absolutely brilliant and way ahead of its time. Like, honestly, that was Chappelle's show before anyone was ready for a Chappelle show fucking thing.
Yep.
Chappelle himself said that, sir.
You never hear any comic when they say what are your influences. Every single comedian says Richard Pryor.
Right.
Every fucking one.
Right.
I mean, they should.
To Nick's point, Chappelle said exactly that. His show was very much, he wanted to do a continuation of what Pryor's show was. So
Mel Brooks tried to fight for him for the role in Blazing Saddles, but the studio was like, no, because have you seen his show? And he's like, no, he's writing the jokes.
You know what he's gonna do?
He's writing the jokes on here. The Mongo lines, that's him too. I mean, come on. And they were like, no. But dude, Richard Pryor was brilliant, like consistently too. Like, going through all the fucking crazy shit that he went through, he kept adapting his comedy really well.
Mm-hmm. And he was on considerably more cocaine than David Chappelle.
Oh yeah.
I think he was on considerably more cocaine than most anyone.
Right.
And even though he's been dead for a long time, I still think he's on more cocaine than anybody else.
When Richard Pryor sobered up, the rest of the world could do cocaine again.
Yeah, right.
That's how much he might have been doing.
Right. Yeah. The supply suddenly became more plentiful.
I can get. Thank you.
He's number one on our comedian list, and definitely if we did a cocaine list, he'd be up there too. But
oh yeah.
When honestly, that's something I love about him most. His stories about the real life shit that he went through and the way that he was able to make it funny. Like, I've seen comedians come out and be very bearing and vulnerable and tell their story, and you're like, man, this just is painful. This is cringy, but Richard Pryor was able to make you laugh with him, make you to empathize with him. It was an amazing gift.
And it was cringy, but not in the same exact way where you're like, kind of like, geez, man. Like, you would never stop laughing at his story.
Yeah. I remember seeing him talk about how his dad died, like having sex with some girl, and that's not really funny, but he made it fucking funny.
Right,
dude. He talked about of course, the high on fire moment. He was freebasing and set himself up, and he did a whole bit about that. Like, one of the most horrible moments in his life is like, you were on fire and high as fucking giraffe pussy, but you actually kind of turned it around and made it a bit. The whole Live on the Sunset Strip thing, how the first night he bombed, he was struggling, he couldn't do anything, and then the next night he came back, he was like, no, fuck it, we filmed tonight, and he nailed it, knocked it out of the park. That's why that stand-up is probably my
legend.
Favorite.
Legend. Yeah. Well, we were speaking a minute ago about Carlin and about stand-up in general. It takes more than material. It takes timing. It takes delivery. It takes the right crowd. Richard Pryor was one of those guys, in fact, that I heard speak on that, where I could go on stage and do the exact same thing 2 nights in a row. One night, it's electric and tears the place apart. The next night, it falls dead for some reason. And, it takes so many elements to fall into place. And Richard Pryor had the talent to make them consistently fall into place.
Charisma.
Well, that and I think, that's when TV and movies and like records started becoming popular with comedians. So nobody really did that stuff beforehand. So he's like, okay, well, Friday night sucks, so I'm going to do this again on Saturday. And the crowd was electric. So it kind of translates, No one hears Live After Death the second day when nobody gave a shit and Iron Maiden was tired,
Right, that's right. Yeah. Nobody wants to hear that shit. Well, Blake, you're in Pig Destroyer, and Brian, you're in Acts of Swine. Yeah, if you guys got 3 nights in a row, nobody at the third show gives a fuck if you're tired. I'm going to tell you. So.
Yeah.
So you got that going for you. Which is
I buy a shirt each night. No, I probably just bought the first night.
Oh, by the way, Blake, I don't have it on, but I got my new Pig Destroyer shirt, and I love it, brother.
Nice.
Good shit, man. Everybody out there get a Pig Destroyer shirt, a Thralls-O-Metal shirt, and an Acts of Swine shirt. There you go. Quick plugs for everybody.
I forgot we have shirts. Neat.
But back to Richard Pryor, they say that the movie JoJo Dancer was unofficially about his actual life, growing up with the prostitute household and all that. Like, those were very based on real, that was Richard Pryor's story, apparently. So
interesting. I never knew that.
I didn't know that either.
Pretty crazy.
Had
several aunts and uncles lost to the drugs and alcohol situation. He's got a pretty brutal youth story. So he
wasn't the only one, like Red Fox, and but it takes a certain type of genius to, instead of some drunk at a bar being like, what happened to me? I got my foot run over by a riding lawnmower. It's like, hey, check this out, dude. This is hilarious.
The wrong bars, I guess.
He and Paul Mooney. I think Paul Mooney definitely needs to be in this conversation because those two work together so well. And recently departed. We miss you, Paul, because that dude was absolutely
rest in peace.
Actually, in hindsight, I probably should have had him on my list, but tons of.
look, I think there's a ton that didn't make the list that should have, you know.
Right.
His work with Pryor, he wrote like a fair amount of jokes for him too, and he was known as a great writer, and plus, you know, another guy that just did not give any fucks. That's the perfect guy for Pryor to work with.
And he was super protective of Pryor's daughter after Pryor died, by the way.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Blake.
And even after the stroke, Pryor was fucking hilarious still. Like, and he embraced it.
Yeah. Didn't he call the documentary was "I'm Not Dead Yet"?
I'm not dead yet. That's exactly right. Yeah, and it was great.
And he had MS too, and he made a joke that MS stands for more shit, which is true if you know anyone with MS.
We do.
That's fucking hilarious, man. That's good shit, dude.
I remember actually seeing that. Was the Another You was like one of the last movies he did with Gene Wilder, and I just remember like, you know, seeing like how slow he was moving. And then I found out, you know, actually I might have found out about MS in general just because of Richard Pryor, because I watched like every movie I could.
Oh yeah, Richard Pryor he's on our list for a stand-up comedian role, obviously, but yeah, his movies are must-see shit, man. Bustin' Loose is hilarious still, in my opinion. Stir Crazy.
Hear no evil, see no evil.
Yeah. The Toy hasn't aged exceptionally well, to be honest, but I'll leave that where it is.
It's still a good movie.
I mean, I still enjoy it because I have like childhood memories of it.
For sure.
Hear no evil, see no evil, I remember way more fondly. Plus, I had a thing for Joan Severance.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
You don't hear that one every day.
I know,
right?
Actually, some dude brought up the movie Black Scorpion a while ago. I was like, holy shit, that's got what's her tits in it.
That was a deep stalker cut there, brother. Holy
yeah. And of course, Stir Crazy.
I can't believe the bushes outside of her house.
Stir Crazy. Yeah.
I'm glad she doesn't.
Stir Crazy. Hey, and Brewster's Millions with John Candy, man.
Oh yeah.
Fucking good shit, man.
Yeah, good movie.
Awesome shit. Well, I believe that wraps up our list, man. You guys fucking rule for doing this with me, man. It means the world to Metal-O-Mania.
Thanks for having us, man.
Thank you. This is fun.
The official Metal-O Thralls Piggy Comedian Countdown, man. There you go.
What does that mean?
That's got a real ring to it.
That means something, right?
It's got a real ring. It's got a real ring. Is there any comedians on the scene that you've noticed as of recent? Any names you want to show up that are kind of showing up on the scene today, maybe that you feel like are some up and comers to keep an eye out for, and before we get out of here and close the doors?
I haven't checked too much new stuff. I still got to check out the stuff we talked about last week. People I didn't know.
Do it.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat.
Yeah, this one isn't a new guy, but I was kind of surprised he didn't make it, which is Neil Hamburger. You guys know him?
Oh, yeah.
So let me tell you, I know Greg. I've met Greg a number of times.
Yeah.
And I love Neil Hamburger. And when I met him, it's like, hi, I'm Greg. He's like, no, you're not. You're Neil Hamburger. I don't want to meet Greg.
Like
I want Neil Hamburger.
Andy Kaufman. Like, just, you don't know if you're watching, like, the greatest comedian of all time or the worst.
He's really, this sounds like a joke, he's really big in Australia.
Oh, wow.
Like, I don't know if they just get it. He did a feature movie not too long ago, and it is the most depressing thing I've ever seen. It's really well done.
Whoa.
And he plays Neil Hamburger, but it's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
It's not an uplifting, laugh your ass off. You'll laugh, but you'll cringe most of it.
Oh, rough.
But yeah, I love
but then you realize you're a horrible person.
That's fucked, man. Well, I don't have, I guess, any new ones, but definitely one omission I'm throwing out there real quick is just Norm Macdonald, man. We didn't mention Norm Macdonald, and I'm a huge
dude. Yeah. Oh god,
he can be
just
cheesy.
The awkward laughing after the jokes is alone, and fucking Dirty Work. If you've never watched Dirty Work, that movie is so fucking hilarious. But yeah, I mean, honestly, he was one of my favorite SNL cast members. Like,
see, that's a whole different thing. We could have a thing on SNL cast members because, like, I mean, stand-up's one thing, but I mean, you know, there's a lot of comedy greats that came out of SNL.
Oh yeah,
I would kill to rant about Bill Murray for an hour.
A lot of the stand-ups don't translate well on SNL. Like they just can't be funny. It's a different scene for them, you know.
The setting and the script and
totally true.
Like I guarantee you, Keenan's stand-up is not hilarious on SNL every time. You know, I love him. He's great.
Yeah, I don't think Rob Schneider is funny stand-up wise. I think he's funny in SNL skits and movies.
Right. I would agree with that.
The world
too.
doesn't think Rob Schneider's funny, so
yeah, I don't think he's funny at all.
stand-up and comedy albums that he put out.
Who?
Sandler.
Oh yeah, I do like some Sandler stuff, but some of it's overplayed. But
well, I mean, he got so huge. It's just like, hearing fucking, that one Metallica song they play on the radio. It's like, all right, I got it. It's like everyone was doing the same thing. They'd be like, I have a doobie, everybody. You're like, I get it.
Enough of you, dude.
Shut up.
Yeah. I remember Jim Carrey did a stand-up once. I thought at the time it was hilarious.
Yeah,
I
Jim
don't
Carrey
know how I
was a good
feel about it
stand-up
now, but then he blew up and he stopped doing stand-up.
Who's that?
Jim Carrey.
Carrey.
At one point.
Jim Carrey.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, and we'll shit on somebody before we get out of the door. One of the worst stand-up comedians that I'll never understand how he was popular, and I'm not even going Carrot Top on you, was the Garth. Who was the Garth in the Wayans? What Dana?
Dana
Carvey. I never understood. I never thought his stand-up was funny. Now again, I think he's funny in things,
right?
But his stand-up never did it for me ever. So
yeah, his stuff was hit or miss for me. I love that piano ballad he did about chopping broccoli.
That's the only thing I remember from that stand-up.
To me, it's like the same thing with Galifianakis. Like sometimes they don't have jokes, sometimes they do. And sometimes they're just rapping and it's hilarious, and sometimes it's just not, it doesn't connect,
Right.
Oh, look, someone's yelling from the back of the studio. Before they leave, ask everybody what they think of Gallagher. Gallagher, any Gallagher fans?
I love
Gallagher. If Rin was here, he
loves
loves Gallagher.
Yeah, which one? They're twins.
Right, that's right. And they sued each other at one point, dude.
I know. I'm Gallagher.
sure
Well, technically you're right, but you're also wrong.
Dude, I'll tell you what, his stand-up from in 1985, I think I forget what it's called, but it's legend, man. It's, I still quote it all the time.
Even as a kid, I was like, that dude is fucked up looking.
Right.
He's the first
What is wrong with this
skullet
guy?
I ever saw.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think he is a pioneer for skullets. He might very well be.
Yeah.
Him and Devin Townsend.
Well,
Yeah.
Devin Townsend just decorated like a fucking Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Well, hey, and the watermelon bit, man, I mean, it is legend. You got to say, he carved out the thing. So,
Legimatic.
yeah, that's
I mean,
And all his brother had to do was smash a watermelon. He couldn't figure it out.
You couldn't figure it out, man. Could not fuck it up. Well, fuck yeah, man. You guys rock, dude. I appreciate this more than you know. Fucking this was a lot of fucking fun for me, man.
Again, thank you for having us, man. I love
Yeah,
nerdy.
always have a great time.
Let's do the top 60 next time.
Oh, got a week. Let's do it.
Well, I already
60.
promised Blake
One
I'll
night.
put them on smaller panels going forward. This
You
4
can
hour
watch
shit
my
is too
beard
much.
grow in real time.
This last weekend, this week coming up, are super slam for me. So it's crazy. I think I have a meeting with my boss to see if I'm going back to work, and I don't think it's going to go well.
Oh shit! Well, I hope it goes the way you want it to, my friend.
I mean, we'll figure it out.
Fuck yeah.
My job just eliminated my entire department, so.
Oh my God!
I
I'm
just
sorry to
hang
hear
out.
that.
Yeah, man. Well, it's cool. They did me a favor. Now I
Fuck
can
yeah.
go do something else I want to do besides not that. So.
Right.
Yeah.
We just LLC'd Metal-O-Mania, so.
Oh, nice.
Congrats.
Fuck
Congrats.
yeah, bud.
Thralls is in the same boat. We're getting
Fuck
Yeah.
yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think Miller's on that one in terms of like, I don't understand it, but I just make the content.
I don't know what he's doing either. Something we're waiting on some tax shit.
Just don't go away. I love watching Thralls, man. And Brian and Blake, if you guys don't watch Thralls, get on there. They do good stuff.
All right.
No, we're
It's on my never-ending list of things to get to.
Yeah, dude, I totally get you there. And I'm looking forward to the review of the Pestilence, man. So
I got my pre-order whenever the fuck it gets here because mail is super fucking sketchy right now.
No doubt, man.
And
Actually, one of our buddies said, like, "Hey, my shirt was supposed to be at my house," and then they informed me that it's like, "Oh no, it's not even at the post office anymore. It's back in Indianapolis." Like, why?
And if Pig Destroyer ever decides to tour in either Ohio, Michigan, or Indiana, we'll come see it. So
We've done both Indiana. We've done all three at some point. But touring is not really weekends. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're starting to knock the dust off now. So
yeah, right.
Nice.
When you come to Chicago, I'll show up.
We actually do have some plans for Chicago.
Oh, see, you hear that? He'll be in Chicago. And Brian, I'll be in Chicago for the Thralls-O-Mania event.
Oh yeah. Oh, nice.
I believe
Never
it's
been to
May
a
of
Thralls-O-Mania,
next year.
yeah.
So
You're going. Oh, never mind. May's not too bad. It's like I thought you meant March. I was like, oh, you're fucked.
Yeah. Trust me, I'm probably fucked anyway. So
no,
that's the spirit.
Chicago winters are probably like some of the most brutal I've ever seen.
Yeah, I have no interest in that. Although, dude, I don't know who's interested, but we're talking about doing a Halloween in Philadelphia event. We're kind of knocking the idea around, so I'll talk to all of y'all more about trying.
That'd be cool.